Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo. Por supuesto, vamos a checar todas las tablas, analizar absolutamente todos los precios de todo lo que ustedes gusten aquí en el E-Trading Academy, por supuesto. Pero antes de ello, como siempre, quiero platicar con ustedes de un par de tonterías. Para empezar, lo que quiero y mi objetivo en el día de hoy es que puedan ver el mercado tranquilos, que puedan entender qué es lo que viene, que puedan entender mi visión y más bien mi visión en vez de qué es lo que viene, porque he estado por ahí en esto y simplemente quiero que les vaya bien. Quiero simplemente continuar con esto. Creo que vamos por buen camino, excelentes mensajes todo el tiempo, así que eso es lo que yo quiero. Quiero que vean el mercado como yo lo veo y obviamente hagan sus análisis después y ahí le pegan. Pero por ahorita todo se ve muy bien, ¿eh? Estamos a punto de llegar a esos altos históricos con los índices y lo mejor de todo es que es dinero gratis a este punto. ¿Por qué? Habíamos visto la gran bajada de Bitcoin. Y antes de esto, quiero decirles esto. Las noticias y la razón por la que he estado relacionando el mercado diferente a antes es porque estoy buscando las narrativas. Es lo importante. En las noticias, entre comillas, las narrativas, que es lo que son, es qué noticias están juntando y para qué. ¿Qué noticias van a ser alcistas? ¿Qué noticias van a ser bajistas? ¿Qué noticias son mentira? ¿Qué noticias? ¿Cuándo es que me están intentando ver la cara de tonto? Y es más que nada corriendo con las narrativas. Y eso me ha ayudado bastante a disecar este mercado, pero deliciosamente este año, más aparte de estos cracks, Alex y Farhan, para poder aprender todo de ellos, ¿ok? Con eso dicho, les había yo contado que dos cosas. Uno, habíamos visto Bitcoin caer y después recuperarse en V y todo el mundo empezó a comentar la narrativa de la decorrelación del precio, ¿no? Todos los que llevan aquí un rato saben lo chistoso que eso es para mí. No hay de correlación. Bitcoin es un activo de riesgo completamente, es un 3X del Nasdaq. No existe eso de correlación, de pérdida de Bitcoin ni nada. Se mueve igual que ellos. Pero Bitcoin en el ciclo del 2021, por ejemplo, hizo tope por ahí del noviembre 21 y después la bolsa hizo tope, no me acuerdo si fue en enero o en febrero, pero fue como un mes, 2 meses después. Esa es más o menos la ventana que tuvo. En este momento Bitcoin está haciendo lo mismo. Bitcoin cayó antes, tocó suelo antes y después volvió a subir y logró hacer un máximo histórico. Por eso yo les había dicho, la bolsa va a ser un nuevo máximo histórico y aquí estamos a punto de verlo pasar. Nada mal, nada mal. Dinero gratis para todo el mundo comprando la subida. Y les dije, no caigan en el miedo de la guerra. No sé, estoy hablando como político en estos momentos. No caigan en el miedo de la guerra, no caigan en todas estas situaciones estúpidas que todo el mundo instantáneamente pierde la cabeza y creen que son el cisne negro. Te prometo que el cisne negro no te lo van a decir. Es de un día para otro y va a caer tal cual. Si te están cantando algo, muy probablemente sea con la intención de que sea un mensaje que te haga tener una reacción. Y es como funciona esto. Entonces, cuando empiezo a ver que no, Irán y Estados Unidos y se atacan y es fin de semana, mercado cerrado, me están contando todas las cosas, están empujándome guerra mundial, digo, ok, quieren que me espante y quieren que venda porque probablemente vamos a cerrar esa B, esa recuperación en B para altos históricos. No tengo que ser un crack, simplemente entender cómo es que me intentan ver la cara de pendejo todo el tiempo estos güeyes. Y si alguien puede ver la cara de pendejo es esta cara de pendejo, es tal cual. Ok, con eso dicho, eso puesto
sobre la mesa, 8 de la mañana, estamos en peligro de altos históricos, todo el mundo debería estar corriendo a su casa, se viene Trump, el enemigo número 1 de Europa, porque no les quiere pagar todo.
Divertidos. Ok, estamos ya en esto. No nos quitaron nuestro dinero ahorita con lo de la guerra, o aprovechamos y compramos, agregamos, entramos en long ahora que bajó el mercado, ahora que bajó la bolsa, bien. Ahora estamos acá ante ver estos altos históricos. ¿Qué sigue, Alejandro? A ver, cuéntame, pinche gurú de mierda que sabe leer las noticias. Oh, hey, tranquilo, no me insultes. Lo que sigue en este momento y lo que deberían seguir es lo siguiente. Alto histórico de la bolsa. Y aparte tenemos, y esto coincidió muy cabrón con la fecha que les había dado, de altos históricos, blow of top, no creo, no se va a dar mañana, no lo creo, pero el 26 de este mes, que es mañana, me parece que es correcto eso, 26, mañana que es 26, el 27, sí, debería ser mañana. Nos dan el previo del Producto Interno Bruto en Estados Unidos. Ese número, ¿cuántos de ustedes me han escuchado decir que es? Va a ser astronómico. Astronómico. y van a jugar con todo el mundo como cuando Trump ganó, porque esta es la misma narrativa con diferentes palabras. Ahora viene ahora sí somos imparables. Si ven esa retórica pegar, tienen que ver. Vamos a ver Bitcoin, vamos a ver todo empezar a subir como justo antes de lo que vimos cuando Donald Trump se volvió, lo eligieron como presidente, pero no era todavía, no estaba tomando todavía posesión del cargo. ¿Se acuerdan? Que en noviembre, cuando gana Trump, se anuncia todo esto, no me acuerdo exactamente las fechas, el mercado empieza a ser y se va para arriba, para arriba, para arriba. Y después de ahí todo el mundo está diciendo, es imposible que el mercado baje, Donald Trump siempre nos lleva a altos históricos. Ahí es donde salen todos los güeyes de los que me río de, no, es que ya no hay manera de que el mercado baje, Donald Trump es el presidente de cripto y todo eso. Cuando escucho eso, ya le entró el mensaje que querían dar a la gente en la cabeza de no importa lo que pase, no voy a vender, lo que a mí me dice, ok, tiempo de vender. Todo esto también viene con el timing perfecto de lo que les he estado diciendo, que el tercer cuarto es cuando nos empiezan a dar ya los números fuertes en negativo del desempleo. Los números de toda la economía, no estoy hablando de la bolsa, la economía está en la mierda, tíos. Ahora, hasta ahora esta narrativa la hemos seguido. Vendemos a final del año pasado, vemos la caída, compramos cuando nos dicen que esto ya valió madres y que nunca va a volver a subir. Perfecto. Espero que todos en esta comunidad tengan excelentes entradas también. Sé que sí, porque me han mandado muchos mensajes muy bonitos. Vemos que el mercado cae, todo el mundo vende, nosotros compramos, aguantamos y vamos para arriba. Altos históricos una vez más, estamos en ello en este momento, ya lo hizo Bitcoin y ahora toca una vez más para los mercados tradicionales. Y si Bitcoin ahorita vuelve a ser un alto histórico, quiero decirles, Bitcoin va, de acuerdo a lo que he estado viendo, y ustedes hagan sus cálculos 45 días antes. Eso quiere decir que si Bitcoin toca $150,000, por ejemplo, y empieza a caer y no vuelve a subir de eso, 45 días después, en promedio, no te estoy diciendo va a ser 45 y lo estés apuntando tal cual, 45 días después, en promedio, la bolsa debería de hacer ese mismo alto y de ahí doblarse para abajo igual que Bitcoin. Bitcoin lleva la delantera en todo esto. Es irrelevante ver los altcoins. No hay alt season. La única, y esto yo sé, nos cuesta mucho trabajo entenderlo porque estamos muy emocionados de hacer mucho dinero con nuestros alts y todo eso, pero los alts no van a jalar, cabrones, hasta que no tengamos tanto dinero que la gente diga, ya tengo coche, ya tengo casa, ya tengo amante, me alcanza para una segunda familia, tengo dinero invertido en la bolsa. Ya le presté a mi mamá y encima de eso quiero comprar fotografías de monitos. Esa cantidad de dinero no ha regresado al mercado, no la hemos visto ni cerca y es por eso que no hemos visto las alts tener este alt season, bla, bla, bla. Entonces, QE extremo es necesario y estoy hablando de literalmente imprimir 40% del dinero de un día para otro para poder tener ese tipo de acción de precio en todos los alts. Entonces, por ahora, ¿qué estamos esperando? Esperamos mañana los resultados del PIB. Esperamos que la narrativa que escuchemos durante los próximos 30, 60 días sea alcista, 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 economía espectacular. Pongamos atención a ver si es esa la narrativa. Es más fácil analizar todo como de marketing en vez de todo el mercado como tal para mí. No sé por qué. Esperaría esta narrativa de que todo se va a ir para el cielo, no va a dejar de subir, bla, bla, bla. Y una vez que escucha a mis pacos favoritos decir,
no, es que bueno, Donald Trump ya pues ha hecho todo lo que tiene que hacer y pues la bolsa está para arriba y pues tenía razón, no hubo recesión. O sea, literalmente el aterrizaje no fue ni suave, fue un gran aterrizaje.
Cuando escuchen eso, prepárense a vender después de un movimiento agresivo más para arriba, ¿ok? Ahí es donde yo personalmente voy a estar viendo la zona para deshacerme de mis posiciones. ¿Por qué? Porque pienso que es irremediable lo que viene. Esta recesión en la que ya estamos, que va a ser anunciada último cuarto o primer cuarto del próximo año, les he puesto fechas para todo. Estamos viendo el dólar necesita esa última capitulación. El dólar necesita tener ese un momento de caída. Ya me han escrito más personas, pero todavía no estoy ahí, a mentarme la madre y decirme, el dólar no ha subido, idiota. cuando les he dicho a todos ustedes, estamos esperando último cuarto, siguiente cuarto, no sé exactamente cuándo vaya a ser este rebote, pero cuando lo haga, atención. Atención para todo esto y todo lo que hemos dicho va a cumplirse tal cual. Si todo esto sigue jugando, ya vendimos tope, compramos fondo, podemos vender otra vez tope y se llega a dar esa caída, esta va a ser la jugada más espectacular de toda mi vida en el mercado. Vamos a poner atención a las narrativas. Ahí es donde se esconde el secreto de toda esta receta secreta que nos está preparando Kentucky Fried Chicken en este momento, justamente en las narrativas. Si mañana nos empiezan a torear que el PIB, puta madre, está cabrón, no mames, Trump ya lo logró, y empieza todo el mundo a decir eso, recuerda que toma tantito tiempo para que tus pacos favoritos lo asimilen y digan, sí, efectivamente, es lo que es. Cuando llegue a tus pacos favoritos el mensaje, ahí es donde vamos a correr, nos vamos a refugiar en una caverna oscura, vamos a tocarnos en lugares que no debimos, ¿no? No es cierto. Y ya, de ahí tomaremos los siguientes movimientos de acuerdo a cómo se vaya dando. Pero por ahora aquí lo tienen. Si Bitcoin vuelve a ser un nuevo alto histórico en estos momentos, la bolsa va a tener unos 45 días más de empuje. Dinero gratis, cabrones. Esto es dinero gratis. Si es que se llega a dar ese escenario. Y si sigue subiendo, va a seguir subiendo. Por ahora, no se trata de vender, se trata de no caer en tonterías, no caer en estas noticias, no caer en escándalos de nada. Nada de lo que están viendo en las noticias es real. Es una locura, pero es cierto. O, bueno, es real, pero manipulada la historia. Así que pongan atención a ello, por favor, no caigan, no vendan sus cosas, quédense con todo su dinero delicioso, aprovechen el que entienden ustedes qué es un paco, cómo funcionan los pacos, por qué hacen lo que están haciendo y vean las narrativas principales. Es muy, muy importante, ¿ok? Es todo lo que les quiero decir. Altos históricos están en la mira, damas y caballeros, en la mira. Y ahorita he estado platicando, no sé si ya llegamos a ellos en las bolsas tradicionales, pero vamos a seguir con esto, vamos a seguir analizando los mercados con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Y aquí lo tienen. Para todos ustedes que también quieran aprender a tradear. Y por cierto, si aprendes a leer las tablas y a tradear, no solamente se trata de comprar futuros, apostar en long, en short. Esto me ha ayudado muchísimo y lo han visto ya aquí en persona, me ha ayudado muchísimo para poder invertir a largo plazo, mediano plazo. Brutalmente, porque es en cámara lenta comparado con lo de futuros. No te estoy diciendo que te metas a futuros, te estoy diciendo aprende a tradear. Y también no es porque me voy a hacer millonario vendiendo un curso de $29, si es que no entienden eso todavía. Lo único que quiero es que aprendan esto porque definitivamente en un futuro no muy lejano, esto va a ser una de las mejores fuentes de hacer dinero en donde vamos a tener muchos límites para en dónde y cómo podemos hacerlo. Por eso, de corazón, esto es algo que me interesa, me llama mucho la atención, me apasiona de corazón. Simplemente el yo haber aprendido esto me ha dejado y me ha creado la vida más deliciosa del mundo. Quiero que ustedes tengan la vida más deliciosa del mundo. Es todo. Y ahora, si ustedes son unos degenerados también y quieren tradear con nuestra comunidad, ¿por qué no los invito a que vengan a nuestro Discord? Que hagan el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Aquí les voy a poner en pantalla para que sepan cómo usarlo. Está aquí en la descripción de abajo, es completamente gratis. Por cierto, si Alex Farhan o yo te escribimos, no somos nosotros. Es un güey que te está intentando robar dinero. Como siempre en Discord, una de las cosas, ¿no? Porque Google, Discord, todo el mundo está muy preocupado por estos. No, es que vas a decir información falsa. Oye, ¿qué onda con todos los comentarios y toda la gente robándole dinero a todo el mundo? No, eso no te preocupes, eso no hay nada que podamos hacer, pero sí podemos controlar la información falsa. Aquí tienen nuestro Discord. Es bueno porque Alex te da todas las pistas de lo que está haciendo, cómo está viendo el mercado. Farhan también, y aquí es donde es importante para mí que entiendan el curso, porque lo que ellos hablan, el idioma es lo que tienes que aprender, el lingo. Y sí, aquí también tenemos criptolingo, lo han visto. Y criptolingo no es con los lingos, no se trata de sexo ni con la lengua ni con nada. Estas palabras, el H4, 4-hour, bla, 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 deviation, BR, bearish retest, más allá de tener un diccionario que te dicen exactamente lo que significan, te explicamos todos los conceptos para que puedas escuchar estos videos. La idea es que puedas ver estos videos y entender todo lo que está hablando Alex y Farhan. Y que yo repito solamente en español, ¿no? Porque yo qué verga sé de esto, estamos aprendiendo de los mejores. También cállale al chat general, aquí tenemos a toda la banda, por supuesto. Lista, este güey ayer dejó su long en 101 y lo cerró el stop loss en 105 y ahora estamos en 108, casi, ¿no? Mi estimado Luis, lo siento. Vamos a ver si Tomatito continúa siendo ¿cómo se llama? El informador de Nancy Pelosi, cabrón, 534%, queridísimo Víctor, nada mal, te llevas un 52% en un gran short de 100X, nada más. Güey, hice mi primer trade de 500X, no seas mamón, ¿qué es esto? Es cuánto ganaste en esto, no sé cuál es el porcentaje, pero se ve impresionante. Vientos a todos, felicidades. Cáiganle por acá. Y también tenemos nuestros enlaces. Acuérdense que tenemos nuestro torneo de trading oficial acá en BTCC. Los voy a llevar a esto para que lo puedan ver. Para ganar hasta $60,000 en USDT, todavía quedan 20 días y 2 horas. Y les voy a decir, solamente hay 17 participantes, cabrones. Este es el dinero más fácil de toda la historia. Para quien quiera, aquí abajo usa nuestro enlace para usar BTCC. O sea, no te cobramos nada, es completamente gratis. Creas tu cuenta que es también gratis. Tradeas, puedes tradear con $100. Lo que estamos midiendo es tu P&L. Y acá vamos a ver quién va a ganar esta gran lana. Y aparte dividida entre varios lugares. Aquí tienen cuánto se va a llevar quién para que lo tengan ahí bien en mente. Pero, güey, solamente 17 cabrones peleándose por 40,000, ¿por qué? $60,000. ¿Me estás jodiendo? Así que vean, hay oportunidades en todos lados. Y si quieren aprender a tradear, usar esos exchanges, porque, güey, sabes cómo hacer todo en tus exchanges tradicionales, pero no en estos de futuro, vénganse a nuestro sitio web en Elite Trading Academy, le pican en tutos, le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffing, video 5 minutos te explica cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero de un lugar a otro, etcétera, y acá picas para ir también para participar, porque acabamos de tener un torneo en Bluffing de trading. Pícale acá para participar en todos nuestros torneos. Llevas, es absolutamente gratis. 5 minutos, aprendes cómo usarlo perfectamente, sin problema alguno. Y también BTCC funciona así. Solo que en BTCC hay acciones, para que sepan. Sin más ni más, les traigo a estos jefes. Vámonos a analizar este mercado. Vamos a ver cómo vamos. My boys, guten morning. How are you?
Buenos días, muchachos. Doing well.
Yo, what up, boys?
Not sweaty anymore?
Very annoying. I woke up in the middle of the night. I woke up around 3 a.m. because the power had gone out and I could not sleep. I was literally suffering. And I could tell as soon as the power went out, I just instantly woke up. So, I'm not faking it.
Look at you, huh? Look at you. Holy shit. I woke up.
Yeah, so I looked for the circuit breaker, found the circuit breaker, reset it, didn't do shit.
It's the classic Mexico shutdowns. That's why I was telling Alex this morning, I invested in Biosol, which is the battery company, the energy company in Mexico and Latin America. Although they have like their main HQ right now in France, those guys they need to change the grid in Mexico. They need to change the grid in the United States too, by the way. But Mexico's just fucking terrible. Terrible.
The whole area was out of power. Like the whole Puerto Cancun area is out of power.
And you called them and you're like, when is the power going to come back? And they're like, dude, we don't know.
Couple hours.
Few hours, half the day. And that's like the nice part of Cancun too. Very nice part.
Yeah, it's a very nice part of Cancun. So we got lucky that we still have a fucking apartment. We're not going to have this one forever.
But for now you do. Thank God. Thank God. All righty. Well, let's share what's going on. I'll tell you, I woke up at 1 a.m. alongside Belen. Vinny came over for rubs. And we were just stayed awake from 1 a.m. And she's like, are you not going to go to sleep? I'm like, no, I'm thinking about just getting up right now. She's like, no, try to go to sleep. So I slept for like 30 minutes between 3:30 and maybe 4:15. That was nice. So I feel you, boys. I feel you. Let's get this.
A little mercy sleep never hurt anyone.
Exactly. What's going on over here? We need these fucking new all-time highs, sir.
Yeah, so let's actually dissect this. We've had some interesting developments the last 3 days on Bitcoin. And for me, now I'm paying attention. We were watching that daily EMA 100 very carefully on Bitcoin. We always were talking about that being a major zone, bullish retest until proven otherwise. We lose 99,800. That's our capitulation to 95.5. So going into that day, which was, over the weekend on Monday, we actually had a nice bounce off that daily EMA 100, not losing 99,800. Extremely crucial to understand that if you're going to hold 99,800, you're not going to get that big move down. Granted, I even wanted 95.5, but there's criteria to this, and that was 99,800. You just see the last reaction. I mean, when you lost 99,800, you straight on rejected, went all the way down to 95.5, consolidated, and then broke down again, giving you that move to the SMA 200. So, you know, it's kind of, for me, the first spot was always the daily EM at 100. Am I surprised we bounced this much off of it? Yeah, honestly, I honestly didn't think it was going to be this aggressive. But that's okay. That just shows strength, right? And so what we're doing now is we've reset daily BBWP, but this is not firing off yet. So nothing's confirmed in terms of like breaking out. We're just back within this range, which is this 99,800 to 103.1. Once you reclaimed 103.1, you can think of 103.1/1044 as like a micro range. Once you got back above, it opened up the door to go all the way up to that 106K level. Yesterday, it was very crucial to understand that, and this is what I said on Instagram Live yesterday, we get daily closures above 106K, you're going to get an easy trade. In theory, 106K to 105.9 should be support. It is. And this should move you all the way up to 109.3. So into yesterday, we actually reclaimed support. Now we're expanding. What's occurring now? Well, we now have a daily trend shift. That's awesome. So we understand higher lows do come once this does occur. Segueing to the 5-day, what you're noticing now is we're finally getting that 5-day BBWP setup. This is very significant. These are often very big setups once you do get the confirmation, which is above 15% on BBWP once it goes under 15%. Again, 5-day EMA9 held, beautiful hammerhead, got the bounce off the 21, no big deal. 5-day did get that close above 106K. Expansion makes absolute sense from here. But am I super bullish talking about 114s being next? No. And for me now, I do think it's wiser to be more defensive until we see something. And that something is very easy. It's just we need to start seeing essentially 109.3 get reclaimed. Very simply, you reclaim 109.3, bears have no thesis anymore. Because going into this pump, patient bears are saying, well, you know, let me delete this now because it played out. Boom. They're going to be looking at this as an SFP. This was the front run of the bearish retest. You did get follow through. You wicked up, down, you wicked down, up. Lots of trap. This is very predatory the last 10 days here. But still, I mean, how I'm viewing things doesn't change the fact that you did give an SFP play. You didn't actually retest that as resistance. If you come all the way up, which is the next target, 109.3, this is the only logical bear play I can think of, which is you'd have to roll over here and it'd have to be very, very aggressive. You'd have to start seeing that 5-day BBWP fire off to the downside, which will start with the daily BBWP. So as we're going on today, you're really as a bull watching, okay, we're going to get that BBWP expansion. If we do, great. Give me more confidence that this actually could be a legitimate breakout. But what we don't want is BBWP to be ever so slightly about to expand, and then it doesn't. We've seen this on the downside where it did expand and it reverted back, and it could easily be to the upside as well. Right here, started to expand and then it just reverted back. And so for me now today, 109.3 is the next target. As long as you're holding above 106K, seems logical to me. You're getting confluence of the HPDR giving you the next target right around 110,500, which again is right at that almost top of that meme line I have here. 110,200 like 109.3 is the range. So for me now, it's kind of what I'm watching today. A move up to 109.3 wouldn't surprise me. And even so, I'm just kind of gauging that reaction. You're either going to aggressively roll over, give us a 5-day short setup with a very, very, very tight stop loss, meaning you just use the stop here. Or yeah, you're actually going to start breaking above 109.3. SR flip January 16th wick high. And then from there, you're going to get that expansion up to all-time high. So really, in summary, it's all just dependent on 109.3. You're either going to reject there, bearish retest on the 5-day, roll over. This was just a massive bull trap in the sense that you shifted daily trend. It was up, but you know, in the midst of that, you still had that weekly downtrend. You got to take out these highs right at 110,500. As a person that likes really nice setups, this could easily be one. Because if you end up rejecting here, and let's say this weekly does turn into a downtrend, taking out this last low, yeah, that's when 95.5 comes into play. At that point, you have to be really wondering if, right, you're going to lose that 21, EMA 21 the weekly, and actually make your way down to that 92,000. Sitting right at that monthly EMA 9. It's a big zone. Haven't tested it since you expanded in April from it. So it's been essentially 2 months you haven't tested it. Very well could get tested. That would also mean, though, that the daily EMA 100 got lost. So in summary, I mean, you kind of are formulating ideas here within this volatility. It's 109.3's display. Bulls are either going to defend that, reclaim, and expand to 114. It's very simple. Going for that high, shifting weekly trend. Or we're going to start rolling over. Daily trend will shift on this lower high break. You're going to squeeze up. This will be the trap. Lower high will be in play on the weekly, and you'll roll over, giving you just a simple bearish retest. But yeah, no, I'm kind of feeling a little nauseous right now, so I'm going to go to the restroom. Farhan, if you could take over real fast.
Do it up, Farhan.
My bad.
I'm right here.
All right, well, yeah.
Let's see what you got, boy. Let's see what you get. What the fuck are you drinking?
Oh, that's a Starbucks coffee.
Oh, all right. I just got censored by El Bienestar from Mexico on Facebook. I just got a message that there's a report from the Mexican Federal Commission of Protection for Sanitary Risks that considers that my profile picture violates the local laws. Pretty cool.
Oh wow, the government is shutting you down.
Well, my profile picture.
I made a joke in Mexico City where we passed by one of their locations. I was like, I heard this is where I can line up to get free cash.
Oh yeah. By the way, you probably could.
And then I saw some pictures on Twitter of this dude coming out with an envelope in his hand and a Gucci wallet, and people are posting how he has a 10,000 peso wallet and he's collecting some free
Nothing
cash.
inside. Yeah. All you, sir.
Alrighty. I'm going to start with the low time frame. I'm going to start, you can consider a daily a low time frame. And I'm going to just basically start with the meme lines. So we have a series of lower highs and we got lower lows. So basically you can sum this up as saying daily isn't a downtrend until we've taken out this previous major lower high at about 108,946. Daily is still in a downtrend. And if you notice this meme line, this is a very, very important meme line. Once we deviated it, we dumped. Deviated it, we went up to a new high on the rally. Deviated it, dumped again to a new low. And as of right now, we still have not gotten above that meme line. And right now, this meme line, along with the meme line that I drew that catches the lower highs, lines right up beautifully with this other meme line. They intersect right over here, right around this 108.5 to $109,000 area. Something else is a little bit more interesting. You open this, make this HPDR appear. That area lines right up with the 38.2%. That's right at about 108.5 to about $109,000. Very, very interesting. Now you zoom out a little bit. Right now, momentum is approaching right to the edge of the bullish control zone, while volatility has not quite gone into an expansion phase just yet, because it's still below the moving average. This is going to be the area where if you close above this area, you're not only going to close above the 38.2%, but you're also going to close above two major meme lines, and that's very likely going to send you not only to all-time highs, but probably significantly new all-time highs, because you're going to get daily finally going back into the bullish control zone, and you're going to get volatility expansion. It's going to be like one of these moves back over here, where you just went straight up from the 80s all the way up to about $112,000. And we have a nice fresh dual buy signal in the bearish control zone. Let's zoom in a little bit. We went lower as well than we did over here. Oh, we put in a higher low. So the lower low, so there's no bullish divergence. Alex needs nausea medicine. I think in the closet. Go down a little bit. All right. So the 4 hour has a fresh silver cross. Very interesting. I just noticed this. which happened on this last closure right over here. And we still have not gotten a recess of the 9 EMA. This is very likely could end up being one of those silver crosses where the 9 EMA gets pulled into price action if it's going to be bullish. Or it could be one of those silver crosses where it ends up being a failure because we have our meme lines lining right up with the 78.6%. I'm leaning more on the side that it's going to be bullish and the 9 EMA is going to be pushed, pulled into price action. Right now, 4 hours, once again, flipping back up, getting back into the bullish control zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence, which is already confirmed, and it's getting volatility expansions. All the way down to the low time frames, it does look quite bullish. Let's see which one of these is nausea medicine. None of these is nausea medicine. Maybe give Alex this.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I was like, what
Oh,
are you
no.
talking about? Why is he back? There you go.
I give my little friend the cannabis vape to gift him. Maybe that'll help him out.
Trying to find this profile picture that violates the community laws.
2 hour also has a jewel flipping once again back into a buy signal. It's also leaning bullish. Momentum is in the bullish control zone. Looking quite good. 2 day. 2 days once again reclaiming this 38.2%. Momentum is freshly flipping back up, getting back into the bullish control zone. Notice we have a close. It's a higher low. Never mind. Damn, it came very close. 101.438 and 102. Never mind. Well, volatility is now approaching extreme lows, and the jewel is losing its sell signal. Our meme line doesn't quite line up, but once we get this closure, this median is going to move down and probably moves right along to where my meme line is at. So telling you, if you close, not only if you close over the meme line, it will take you over those meme lines, it'll take you over the daily 38.2%, but very likely it'll take you over the 2-day median as well. Oh yes, found it. Beautiful. That's magic. This medicine. Vape, please. Oh, she took my vape. Damn. Alex doesn't need that anymore. We found the medicine. Let's switch to the index. Vape, por favor. Vape, por favor. 5 days now. Also, it's flipping down on momentum with volatility very, very close. Actually, it's technically in an expansion phase. 2169. Very beautiful number. Volatility is now going into an expansion phase. So this is the area where momentum very likely does flip up if we're bullish. And the way to confirm momentum flipping up is going to be getting any closure over this meme line right over here at about 108,009 or this wick high, which is at about 108,986. And that level lines up beautifully with this meme line. And lines up with the meme line I have on the loafing chart of the diagonal line, taking us to new all-time highs. Right now, will probably go to new highs versus 30% on the side that is a trap.
Sorry, you said right now what? Because you got cut off.
I'm 65% on the side that we're going to go to new highs, and 35% on the side that it's going to be trap. And what makes me 35% is that we're getting a bear moon today.
Ooh.
And you got to trust the moons.
I learned my lesson the hard way, sir.
Oh yeah, we all get out traded by the moon one time or another. Weekly is now flipped to the downside, which also further pushes my bias towards the bear side, with the volatility now just about to start expanding from 0%, and now the weekly jewel has lost its buy signal. The weekly median right now sits at right around $111,000, but as long as we are below it, probabilities are higher than not that we're going to come to this bottom 38.2%, which right now is at about $97,750. Bulls are going to have to flip this momentum back up. This is the reset zone, though, so this is the area where it would flip back up, and this is where it's putting in hidden bullish divergence, just like the 5-day, which is putting in hidden bullish divergence. 2 week is now already flipped back up to the upside, getting over the reset zone. Just needs to get a little bit higher, while volatility is now starting an expansion phase from literally 0%. And now the jewel's giving us hidden bullish divergence as well, and putting in hidden bullish divergence. I mean, what am I saying? It's giving us a buy signal as well as putting in hidden bullish divergence. That's not retarded. The 2 week is now for the first time in a long time over the median. The median moved down significantly, and price action opened above it. This is the first time that we've been above the median since about January of 2025. We've spent about 4.5 to 5 months below the median, and we're finally back above it. This is insanely bullish to be back above the median for the first time in 4.5 to 5 months, because that gives us a target of hitting the 38.2%, which now sits at significantly new all-time highs at about $129,000. You guys remember how often that $125,000 to $130,000 number has been coming up once and over and over and over again on our RSI targets? Now we have HPDR target. Monthly, very, very close to closing in about 5 days and 10 hours. Monthly is about to reclaim this 38.2%, which, and also very likely will close over this wick high at about 109.65. But to be honest, we don't really need it to close over there. We just need it to close over 104 to 653, which is the close, and close over this 38.2%. Very likely this momentum will shift back up. It's going to put in hidden bullish divergence because it went below all of these lows while price put in a higher low, and volatility is going to be supporting it. Then this jewel is going to flip into a buy signal. That's going to give us a pretty easy target of the median. Median is going to move, but right now it's at a 151. So even if it moves $20,000, it comes all the way down to 130. That's still a pretty nice move up. Quarterly is already flipped up, and the last time that we flipped up was right around the end of 2023 when we got our initial United States setup, with volatility now sitting at the same levels that it was back then. And in this time around, very likely we are going to confirm volatility expansion on the quarterly with momentum flipping to the upside, and we're going to close over the median. So last time the median is sitting at 1033. We are currently about $5,000 above the median. Our previous all-time highs of around $108,000 were a projection of the median. The only time ever where we've closed above the median, this was a rejection. It was in 2017. We ever so slightly closed over the median in 2017 at about $4,200, $4,334, and then the next candle we went up from about $4,146 to about $19,800. And this one candle, after closing over the median, we did about 356%.
That's it?
Oh yeah, that's it.
I'm looking for major moves, sir.
Well then, I think you should focus on fart coin. Might be your number there.
That is
on
a major
pedo
move.
coin.
If you stake fart coin, do you get diarrhea?
I think so. I think if you stake your pedo coin, you get caca coin.
If you know, sorry.
This took us to the 38.2%, basically around the 50%. Right now the 50% sits at a roughly. It's gonna change, but it sits at roughly $280,000. Let's see how much that is above the median. 155%. It just barely after taxes buys you a Lucid Sapphire Air at about $280,000. Maybe you have a few pennies left to install your charging station.
That is so crazy that those cars are so expensive still. Like
Absolutely
they need to
no
do
reason.
something. None.
You can probably buy a used one in 3 months for Twix bar
For nothing. Yeah, by the way, nothing. I have a friend of mine that he's trying to get rid of his. Every time he sees me at the hookah bar, he's like, "Hey, you
wanna buy
this?" Yeah, I'm like, "No."
Why would you want
No
a
one
car
else
from a
wants to buy
company
it.
that's going to go bankrupt probably?
Yeah, no, not at all. You know, small service centers, small everything. No.
I can get a Cybertruck serviced here in Mexico. Why would I want to get one of those shits?
It makes no sense, but there's enough Korean people
It's
here and
the same-
Chinese people buying
It's
them.
the same concept of buying a piece of garbage Koenigsegg with the reused chassis instead of going to get a Bugatti Tourbillon.
Yeah, have you seen the new Koenigsegg? Fucking amazing! It looks amazing, but God,
They
it
all
hurts
look
my soul.
amazing.
Yeah, Hurts my
But then
soul.
again, if you just put them side by side, they all look identical with body kits.
Yeah. I mean, that's all it is. It's just a kid car. And I think
That's what
Horatio makes the best kid cars.
that's what Dan blocked me for saying. I was like, no offense, but they all kind of look the same from the side.
He's
Looks
like,
like they all use the same
oh
chassis.
no, I'm offended. I'm offended now. No, 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 no.
He gave
Very
me a quick
offended.
response, like casually saying they actually don't use the same chassis, and then I couldn't respond because I was blocked.
Real mature, Mr. Billionaire. Real mature.
But they do use the same chassis. Christian says it himself.
It's no point in arguing.
Well, you can't argue with somebody who's invested in the company. You're never going to.
Exactly.
So the quarterly still has 3 drives of, or actually more. 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence on Tether, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 5.85%. And we are currently how much below that number? Solid 22%. Also, we have a nice head and shoulders on the on Tether, but I'm not going to bother drawing out the target because that will be negative. Our next easy move from this bearish divergence is going to be this neutral zone, the mid zone on the RSI, and that level is sitting at about 3.58%. So it's right around the level of our monthly 100 EMA. And the monthly also has a drive of hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 6.24%. Gives you an easy target of somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. That gives you a number between 3.76% and 3.17%. What sits right between that area? Oh, our monthly 100 EMA. 2-week currently has confirmed many drives of bearish bullish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above 4.36%. Your easy target has been hit for this cluster of EMAs right here and your bullish control zone. Your next target is going to be hitting the bullish control zone again. That's about 5.17%. And then your next level above there, which is kind of likely with how low volatility is the critical zone, which is going to update. But right now it's at 8.29%. Nothing there. Nothing there. 3-day is now just about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and if that does confirm, that will confirm to me that the next local top is in, and it does make sense to make your local top right around this 3-day 200 SMA, which has been significant resistance all the way through since about late 2023. Very interesting. Every single one of our major tops or major bottoms on Bitcoin has been right alongside this 3-day 200 SMA on Tether. Very interesting. This was when we had our initial United States setup in late 2023, and then we had a little bit of a pullback in January whenever Bitcoin went up to $48,000 and then dumped $10,000 to 38. This was a move up to the 55, and then we just dumped right afterwards. This was our move into the 70s, and then this was our sideways period for a couple of months. Here is when that Japan trade failed. Perfect tap of the 200. Interesting. All you needed was this 3-day Tether chart to perfectly play Bitcoin.
Well, thank you for telling us now. Not
Once you deviated this 200, it was up only once again on Bitcoin. Yeah, perfect. Tap it, rejection, and now we're about to put in some hidden bearish divergence. Looks like Bitcoin's about to hit some new all-time highs. Huh. And this bearish divergence will confirm with any close below 4.84%. That's going to give us an easy target of hitting the neutral zone, but it's likely going to go way lower from how low volatility is at. The neutral zone is sitting at about 4.62%, and the bearish control zone, which is the likely target from how low volatility is at about 4.03%. 4.03% would be how much of a dump on Tether? Or there. It's about 16%, which would give you roughly a 25 to 30% move up on Bitcoin, taking you right along that $130,000 area. 2 days also about to put in another drive of hidden bearish divergence. That'll be 1, 2, 3 drives, with volatility now sitting at extreme lows, and this will confirm with any close below 4.84%, and that will give you a target of the bearish control zone sitting at 3.97%. A little bit above our monthly 100. Daily has now confirmed bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.26%. Your easy target is going to be the neutral zone, which is currently sitting at 4.6%, and then your bearish control zone, which is pretty likely with how low volatility is now 4.24%. And nothing on the 4 hour. 4 hour very likely bounces though, just based on how low the RSI is. But not only that, because you're about to get a fresh slur across to the downside, which very likely will get a retest of this 90 EMA and 100 EMA right around 4.85%. That would coincide with a slight move down on Bitcoin. Now we'll check Bitcoin. Bitcoin still got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 76,702. And your next move is into the critical zone, which this level will update in 5 days, but right now it's at $204,000. Monthly has now invalidated the bearish divergence for the first time ever and put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence. And it is going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. Your next move is into the critical zone, which will update in 5 days. Right now it's sitting at 160. I'm thinking it's going to move to somewhere around 130s. But that's just a guess. 2 week also has hidden bullish divergence, and it's putting another drive for hidden bullish divergence because it's putting another higher low here, and it took out these lows on momentum, and this divergence will confirm with any close over $110,617. And the confirmation of that divergence will give us a move with volatility sitting at extreme lows to the critical zone, which right now the critical zone sits at about $174,000, but this level will update. It's pretty interesting to see it put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence right here. It's usually it was one of those setups where it turned a bearish divergence into putting in a hidden bullish divergence. Usually, if we're bullish and in an uptrend, that's usually what will happen. Or if we're in a downtrend, the bullish divergence would just put in another drive of hidden bearish. Weekly, nothing yet. 6 day, I believe, still has the bullish. Yeah, 6 day still has the hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $98,330. You're already at the critical zone. The only number I can give you is about 111,371. Basically our current all-time highs. I can adjust this a little bit to see where we're at right now. Zoom in. We're at 78 level. I can change it to like the 85 level on the RSI and see what level that'll give us. Or what price that'll give us. About $130,000. Very cool. Fits my bias. You know me switching the settings until I find something I like.
It's very professional.
Very much so.
Still more professional than professional investor and portfolio manager Ross Gerber, who sold Tesla at $140 at the bottom and made an announcement about it. And people give that man their money.
Maybe he too should just change his settings.
Well, his settings are definitely fucked up. He's got the retard setting on and like hardcore. He's on extreme.
And he'd probably mock and laugh at anyone who uses TA saying it doesn't work.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no fucking doubt.
On the 3 day, we currently have active hidden, or not active, but just about to confirm a drive of hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm with any close over $106,123. And your target on the confirmation, considering you're sitting at extreme lows on volatility, is going to be your simple moving average, which right now sits at about $124,500. Very cool. Very awesome. 2 days, also forming a drive of hidden bullish divergence. So Bitcoin is forming drives of hidden bullish divergence across the board, whereas Tether is forming bearish divergence across the board, or hidden bearish divergence. Pretty cool. And this hidden bullish divergence will confirm with any close over at 106,123 with many periods of 0% volatility. So we are now forming a United States setup right here. And this will have you a target of the critical zone, which sits at right now about $156,000. Pretty cool. In my opinion, though. Daily has now confirmed bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 98,330. And your next move with extreme lows on volatility is the bullish control zone, sitting at 114,750. Remember that 114 number? We've been talking about this for a long time. And then the critical zone sits at about 137.
both targets I do believe will be hit. And you guys remember on the live stream, what do you call it, from today's Wednesday, from Monday, kind of did tell you we were gonna be bullish.
You did, for sure. I mean, you were even kicking yourself for cutting your long, which I bet.
Yep.
I only bring it up so that you get even more mad.
If the easiest thing for me to do would have just been do nothing and hold that long.
Exactly.
And it was like 100x leverage too. It should have just held that shit.
Dude, I was staring at the screen because I wanted to do my first 500x long or a short, whatever it was, but it was a long and he was on Sol right before it blew up. So what I was saying is, if this chart pops while I'm staring at it, I'm just gonna get into the move, and I bet you I'm gonna make so much money. So I literally grabbed $500. I threw him in on a 500x. Sol started to expand towards the upside. I started seeing the PNL, and it was like 100, 400, 700, 1,000. And I was like, this is it, boys. This is it. And then he just took it all back, and it got me out, and then it went up to 140. So I would have made so much money off of that. And he fucked me because he just went back a little bit down to it. It's like it knew that my number was there to get fucking eliminated. And he presidentially liquidated me just like Trump would.
You know, speaking of Sol,
then he went up. What?
Speaking of Sol, I got one of those trades on Sol that I will carry with me to my grave and never forget for the rest of my life. I had put 25,000 Tether on a 20x on Sol at $17 and ended up selling at $25. And then that thing went up to $60 in the next week.
Oh my God, that is a pretty good one. Damn.
My PNL is $60. I did the little thing on the exchange with a B that I will not name, and it was like $517,000.
Oh.
and I ended up thinking I was a fucking genius for walking away with like 20.
Hey, you did. I don't feel too bad, sir. I don't feel too bad. That's good. Fuck. Damn, must be a good coffee.
Ready? Oh, it was just the foam left. I like to drink the foam. I'm a Nino. I like the white creamy substances in my mouth.
Oh boy. Gay alert.
We took a turn there. All right, so the quarterly is now flipped heavily to the downside on Tether. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 5.67%. We are entering into the bearish control zone. But as long as you're closing over 2.23%, this low right here, we will eventually confirm hidden bullish divergence. And then that will be the start of our down-only market on crypto. I don't believe you've ever had hidden bullish divergence on Tether before. We did, actually. We have hidden bullish divergence right here where we went below this momentum point here, made a higher low, and then basically just shot it up. And this was April of 2021. That was basically you can count that as a cycle top. When we hit $65,000, we had a slight move up right here slight move down right here in October of 2021, but really it was just a wick low, and we had a higher low and then went straight up. So even the Tether chart tells you that we didn't really make a new all-time high in late 2021. Even Tether just made another higher low and just shot straight up. Everything tells you that Bitcoin kind of made a lower high. Even like if you actually look at the real value of the dollar, where you look at the M2 chart, if you look at something that with a relatively stable price like iron or something like that, on every single metric, Bitcoin made a lower high. The only metric it didn't make a lower high in is if you look at the raw US dollar amount. You hear Luna? She wants to get in. Update. Come on.
Just give it 30 minutes. I'm sure it'll populate.
There you go.
Oh, pointing up.
Monthly is still positioned to the upside. Volatility is, however, in a contraction phase, should be looked at as another lower high in a series of lower highs. And within one, maybe two monthly opens, this is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone, and then this pivot likely will go up. Right now, we are still within this range of meme lines. Not really much has changed until we lose one of these meme lines. And then at that point, we'll either break E or break D. I'm thinking we break dune based on that bearish divergence to this 100. Is there? Oh, there's also hidden bearish divergence possible on the monthly for Tether, because we're going above this momentum point here while price is making a lower high. 2 week is already flipped to the downside. 2 week, does it have? No, it doesn't. And 2 week is going to be flipped down as long as you're below 5.24%, and volatility sitting at extreme lows. Let's mark off our volatility. Forget, that's close. Excuse me, that's close enough. Weekly is currently pointed to the upside with volatility contraction. It kind of looks like the local top is in at that 100 EMA in this meme line, but it's going to be flipped up above as long as you're closing over 4.53%. The confirmation for me that the local top is in is that once you lose this meme line right over here, this wick low at about 4.51%. Once you lose that area, very, very likely, and nothing but air until this meme line here around 2.5. It's probably going to get that bounce at the 3.5% area for that monthly 100. Very likely probably going to fail and probably going to go towards somewhere between 3% to high 2s. And that'll be somewhere along $150,000 on Bitcoin. 5 days is also looking quite bearish with that massive shooting star dildo. Do we still have the silver cross to the downside? Let's see. We still are maintaining the nice silver cross to the downside, wicked heavily above it, but ended up closing below it, while momentum is very close to approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. Maybe 2 more closes, and this is going to approach there. This pivot will go up, and then we're probably even get that volatility set up. And I would expect that volatility set up to play out to the downside, just simply by looking at how ugly the candles look. This was a massive fuck you move right here. 2 days now freshly flipped to the downside, about rejecting the bullish control zone, with volatility sitting at 4%, extreme lows, and you're flipped down below 5.01%. 2 day as well as put in a massive shooting star candle. About to lose all of our major EMAs. Once we lose this 21, nothing but air until this meme line. Daily is also flipped to the downside. Volatility is very close to entering into extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down below 5.16%. And the 4 hour is going to be flipped down, coming off of a double extreme, and it's going to be flipped down below 4.81%. So it will flip up in about an hour and a half if you can flip over close over 4.18% or 4.81%, which I am expecting to happen because of this fresh silver cross to the downside. And I do think we will get a move into somewhere around 4.85% to maybe 4.9%. To this 55 EMA. I don't expect us to get much higher than 4.91% or any higher at all than 4.91%, and then do expect it to eventually roll over. Let's see if the lower time frame confirms it. And it does indeed. 2 hours already flipped to the upside with contracting volatility, and it will be flipped up as long as we're above 4.81%. I'll go up to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is now flipped up on the quarterly. It was always flipped up on the quarterly, never flipped down at all since about 2023. And it's currently still flipped up with volatility expanding from the lowest levels it's ever been at. And it's flipped up above $95,200. Monthly is now once again freshly flipped back to the upside with volatility confirming expansion. Let me draw my 15%. 15%. Volatility closing over that 15%, confirming the setup, and the monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in the direction of momentum, and momentum right now is currently pointed to the upside as long as you're above $103,800. Like I was mentioning on last time's stream, it is unwise to be betting against a 100% setup, and turns out the setup did go in the favor of momentum because it's still going up, and momentum is up as long as it's above $103,800. If you were to take any one of the numbers from the previous setups, that would compel you to do a 100+% move. Although really feel confident enough to draw a 100% move on this chart because the number is going to be so ridiculous. So I only feel comfortable drawing a 30% to 40% move, which brings us to somewhere around $130,000 to $150,000. Even those numbers sounding insane. 2 week is now giving us a volatility setup as well, and we're very, very basically getting into an expansion. We're getting momentum, getting over the moving average. All we need now is to get over the 15% to confirm it for us. And momentum is currently pointed to the upside as long as you're above $96,800. Which last time we had a 2 week setup fire off to the upside, we had some pretty serious busting action. This from the setup being fired, we went up 35% immediately in one candle, and then eventually about 58%. 59%, pretty wild. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside with volatility contracting, although it does look like we're going to flip back up pretty soon. And momentum is going to be flipped down below $109,950. Five-day is already flipping back to the upside, which I do expect to bleed into the weekly. 5 days now completely contracted on volatility down to extreme lows, and it will flip back up if we can close in 4 days over about 107,750, about $100 below that number. 2 days already flipped back to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, with volatility giving you 4 periods of 0%, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're above $104,050. Very, very interesting to see upside momentum with 4 periods of 0% volatility. Last time you had a similar setup was right around this level here in August of 2023. And when this fired off, you went straight up from about 20s to the $40,000 area. So basically a 100x in price. I mean, not 100x, 100% in price. 100x.
Calm down, George.
Daily is now also sitting at extreme lows on volatility, and momentum is flipped up, getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above $100,500. Did we go? We made a higher low. While price made a lower low, putting in daily bullish divergence, which has now been confirmed, giving us targets of our current all-time highs. 4 hours is now freshly flipped to the upside with that silver cross to the upside, and it is going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $107,450 with that nice little silver cross. Now we'll flip back up. High time frames on Bitcoin are extremely bullish and have always remained bullish since about late 2023. Momentum on the quarterly has been flipped to the upside, never once flipped down, and we've been expanding on volatility from the lowest level we've ever had in Bitcoin history, while the monthly is now freshly flipped back to the upside, confirming our volatility setup above that 15% setup, and the monthly setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in the direction of momentum, which is flipped up above $103,800. The 2 week is now also giving us a volatility setup where volatility is starting to contract. We just need to wait for it, expand. We just need to wait for it to get back above that 15% area to fire off the setup. And that 2 week also has momentum flipped to the upside as long as you're above $98,000. Weekly is, however, flipped to the downside, but we are getting very close to flipping it back up. 5 days already flipped back up, and every single time frame below there is currently flipped to the upside except for the daily. But it does look like the daily is going to flip back up based on the lower time frames like the 4 hour, which is already flipped up and giving us volatility expansion. It does seem like from here we're going to go towards somewhere around $108,500 to $109,000. That is going to be the major testing area because we're going to be meeting several meme lines in that area. We're going to be meeting the 38.2%. Basically, a whole bunch of different things tell us that area is going to be significant resistance. If we do reject that area, I expect it to be very bearish, and I do think we're going to be breaking our current lows of $98,000 area. Probably going to go towards somewhere around $95,000 to $96,000 in that situation. If that, but very likely 95s to 96s does hold, and we likely make a higher low there and end up going up. But if we do break 1085 to 109,000, I do think we're going to break through our current all-time highs and probably do it very fast. The invalidation right now is either of the bullishness is getting a rejection either at that 1085 to 109 $109,000 area, or getting any tick below about $74,000. That would even completely negate going to 108 to 109, or getting a weekly close below about $98,000. That would also negate going to 108 or 109. Don't think that's going to happen. However, I think we're going to go from here to 108, 109, maybe get a little bit of rejection and consolidation, and then I do expect us to blast through our current all-time highs.
Finger blast all those all-time highs. Do you want to do the Bitcoin one, Alex, or shall we move on?
Yeah, definitely. No, let me get back into that. Appreciate that, far until it's feeling nauseous right in the middle of it, but
that medicine is
pregnant.
magic. Oh, he's pregnant.
Yeah,
that medicine is magic.
It's
so crazy how this is literally just a nausea medicine that works on nothing but making you not nauseous anymore. In every other country, you can buy it over the counter, but in America, you need a prescription.
Of course. But would you like some fentanyl? That's anywhere on the street. You can find some Fenty.
You know what's
get
crazy?
your bent on, son.
When I was in Austin, because I had to go for my brother's college because he goes to UT, and I was at a CVS and they had a vending machine there, and they were just selling Narcan for $5. I was like, oh shit!
What a world!
Sad I missed it while I lived there.
It's like, yeah, we know we have a drug problem.
Yeah. So like your analysis was very good, part, and I 100% agree. It's like we're at a really important part on Bitcoin right now. The daily EMA 100 should never.
I'm dead serious about this question. I know it sounds stupid, but so the bear moon, are we not putting any weight on that?
No, I was about to talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's where my possible rejection of 108s to 109s comes from.
Yeah, and I was going to segue into that as well. I exactly 1098 to like 1093. For me, it's 1093 is a big spot. That's even in your analysis. That was true. Lots of divergences could come into play within the next day or two on those closures. But we just need to be paying attention, because what we've seen before is Bitcoin do these aggressive moves up, gets everyone properly bullish. A simple meme line holds it and then rejects. Here, what we've seen is a massive move up very fast, right off that SMA 200. EMA 100 even got reclaimed, caught resistance at the meme line at 95.5 region. And then from that point, this is really where you started to go down hard, almost 20%. And so I'm not being a perma bear. I just think it's wise to be cautious here, because even so, if the daily trend is now shifted after taking out June 20th high, it's fine. You should be gauging a higher low anyways. We know Bitcoin does like to do that. But then also you see here, we do have a bear moon. And this is very valid because the last bear moon was very easy. Remember, I mean, we rallied up 1, 2, 3 days of green, 3 days of green, topped on the 4th, went right up to meme line resistance. From that point, we had a nice 8.8% move. And I remember this because we played this well. And so for me now, we just want to be cautious, and we know the levels. We understand that bears do have a legitimate setup on the 5-day. As simple as it is, this can be very easy, because I think the more simple an analysis, the better. And literally, you can just be like, okay, well, we saw the front run here, so there is somewhat of resistance around this region. We've seen this also get rejected before, leading to a terrible 5-day, just more like no decision, 6% down from that high, and then we closed. So we know that this region gives us a lot of volatility. We know we're back within a range, which is valid. This range has been holding, right? We wanted the breakdown of the range, and it did on the daily, but then as you see the 3-day, the 5-day, weekly still hasn't done that yet, which is valid, and that's strong. But that's why this high is going to be everything for bulls and bears. Lots of ideas are going to be around this wick high and these highs in terms of stop losses and risk, while also bulls are really, their only objective at this point is to break the all-time high on Bitcoin. Very similar to like what we saw in Bitcoin dominance. which was when she just swiped down, shifted weekly trend, in my opinion, you then only really have an objective to take out these wick highs. I'll refer back to Bitcoin dominance really fast. It's more obvious, but once you actually shifted the weekly trend, the only objective was all-time high, which we did get. So that's kind of what I'm going into today. I haven't given any longs. I should have honestly given a long out on the 106 reclaim. But for those that pay attention, we did talk about this heavily on the Discord, and I went live on Instagram. So there is like, we are well, like this move still is really well predicted, in my opinion. 106K put us back in the range. 1093 is the next objective. SFP on the 5-day. That's what bears only opium is on a play. But it's valid because the weekly, in my opinion, is just going to be potentially churning into a downtrend. And so these moves up make sense. You have a gauge of risk, which is to see, all-time high. But for me, I think we can easily use, we see we made a high, we went down, took out all the last lows, right? Then rallied up, made another lower high, took out the last lows. That to me is a textbook downtrend. And so getting back around that 1093 would just be potentially a lower high. While then again, the 5-day putting in the bearish retest, most likely no one's talking about because it's simple and I understand. But then also what this 5-day could produce potentially, it's not the cleanest based on this wick. It's a head and shoulders, right? You just come right here. It's not the cleanest again, but it's still valid. And you could just see left shoulder head. It just, again, kind of not the cleanest because of this left shoulder wick. But, it's all just memes at the end of the day. Why I'm thinking, though, that a big move is coming is simply off the 5-day. The 5-day, again, is my favorite setup to play on Bitcoin. These are very fun up and down. And generally, these are the ones that are straight to business. Very similar to like the weekly, 2-week, and monthly. This 5-day is telling me that now that we're getting finally a BBWP setup on the 5-day, it does tell me that we are going to get a major move. We've honestly not seen anything yet. I understand we were able to play the shorts well, see the nice bounce off the daily EMA 100. Really, in like the grand scheme of things, we're just still within the range. We had just like a false breakdown spring, and now we're back within the range. All right, you can see that here. It was all about 99.8, and that's when the party started. Really, bulls just defended 100K, which was good. That was exactly what they needed. But we just don't want to get blindsided on volatility. We want to just be able to like really dissect this and see there is legitimate bearish setups, but it's also very easy to flip-flop on those ideas because, again, you just start flipping these highs into support. That to me will just look like a major shift. Because what we haven't been able to do is actually flip that. Right, the more higher time frames you go, the more dirty it becomes. Reclaim loss, reclaim loss, reclaim loss. So it's like if you really then start popping up here, boom. Maybe it doesn't take stop per se, because I do have an academy short based on this idea. Very easy. I can just flip long, in my opinion, because now what we know is we're getting a daily BBWP setup. We have a 2-day BBWP setup, a 5-day, a 2-week. And we still have that monthly, which is very significant. And it is starting to expand. That's why into July, we just really want to be ready for the markets, because I do believe markets are overall just primed in July to really finally give us that range breakout or breakdown. And as volatility has shown us, and specifically on the monthly, it's going to confirm this setup expanding. Now, we just want to be really understanding that within 5 days, a lot can happen. So hopefully that dissected my at least idea on Bitcoin, makes it easy to flip flop if we're wrong. 1093 should reject in theory. You have an easy gauge of risk. It's simply based on the 5-day. And yeah, I mean, as long as we're not taking out this 110,700, this still to me is going to be a bearish retest. And that's really it. That's all I'm really viewing. And if we don't reject that and we actually reclaim it, sweet. I do think then reclaims of a 1093 equal 114. And it's very easy. And that's just like kind of simply what I was saying, even in this range here. You can see just 1093 was not able to get reclaimed. And it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. We haven't been able to get back above there. Even within here, wicked up, still unable to get above 1093. So it's a significant level, in my opinion. The bounce to me makes sense, but we just want to not get blindsided, play the higher lows, and really watch 1093 reaction. So moving forward, we can go to Bitcoin dominance because I didn't really hit home on that yet. And so with Bitcoin dominance, it actually kind of did what we wanted, which was just make a new high. It's very simple. When you get those weekly trend shifts, aggressive dumps, the only objective for both was the high. You have to take out this last high, because what this easily could have done was this then was the top, you rally up, you form some kind of lower high and then roll over and something like that. And that's why the only objective is to actually take this out. So we've done that. We can see here the weekly 9. Let me get the I'll show the 5 actually, because it's very strong. Weekly 5, you can even notice we haven't closed below that. But then more specifically, you can see the weekly EMA 9 was essentially holding our extremity lows on Bitcoin dominance. This is important because that's strength. That's exactly what you want to see in like a bull market in terms of Bitcoin dominance. And so now that we've actually shifted trend back up, the gauge is the higher low. And so if we know that the extremity lows have been on the weekly 9, and we know that that's finally pushed up to that 64.61%, it's very close to the mean line. To me, it just makes sense to keep playing the weekly 9. You can notice here that on this throwback, you just simply, not on the throwback, but on this retest, you simply retested the EMA 5. Again, it's been a strong point for Bitcoin dominance. This is important. So as long as you're above this wick high now on the weekly, this is to me going to look good. And so weekly closures above 65.38% to me really does open the door to go all the way up to that 69.55%. 69.55% is very significant. Bitcoin dominance is the strongest it's ever been. That's why to me, it's interesting to see people still very aggressive on like shit coins, not like Ethereum, but like actually dog shit coins. Makes no sense. And it's because Bitcoin dominance is telling you that this is truly strong, and we have never seen Bitcoin dominance as strong before. So then when I get objective of 69.5%, which is a pretty big move from this point, I can't discredit that because it's very valid. And now what do you have here? You have even the fast moving average crossing the slow one, which is that 5 crossing above the EMA 100. That's ultimate support right there. So yeah, very cool to see that actually. We notice here that on the monthly, the 78.6% is right around that 67.76%. Get above there, where you could even just, wick above it. But I'm getting confluence of that like 69%, which is nice. 88.3% is 70.3%. You can go to the 2-week and see what else maybe. Okay. So what about the 5-day? 5 days in a breakout. 61.8% right at almost at 67%. It's at 66.71. But a big gap up once you reclaim that. And that makes sense, right? It's like flipping. You essentially want this 5-day to get that breakout, flip this rejection into support, and start making your move up. But again, for me, if I'm just viewing it, volatility does support a move up to 69.5%. And that's just simply based on the 5-day. This 5-day is now freshly about to confirm a setup on this in 4 days. So that's why 4 days, this next 5 days is going to be important. But it could look something like this, where you end up breaking out, consolidating, bull flagging, and then you get a really big leg up to that 69.5%. And that would mean that, this 5-day BBWP is expanding. We've seen nice moves off this. This one wasn't even the full setup right here. Well, I guess that wasn't that nice. 5% though, 5.3%. It's not terrible. Let's see the move here. Extreme lows. It's like right there. 5%. Interesting. Let's just do this one as well. Very obvious. Estimate 200 reclaim expansion. It's like 8.8%. Okay. And so how far up would 69.55% be from this point? More or less like 6%. So again, it's like if you are a bull and you're on the stance that Bitcoin dominance for the culture is about to hit 69.52%, then it makes absolute sense to be confirming that expansion now into the next 5 day. You're gonna see this wick high flip into support. That's where you start adding. But that's the next objective. We're wrong. I'm wrong on this idea. It's simply Bitcoin dominance. The daily wants to load. I'm wrong on this idea. Simply that Bitcoin dominance takes out yesterday's low. There we go. Takes out this low. I mean, I'm going to be gauging this as just the next higher low. We want to see daily support right here. We want to see that get flipped into support. That can then start bleeding into like the 2 day, and then that can bleed into the 5 day, etc. It's going to be crucial to be watching this low that was formed. Start looking at this candle as well. Nice little 2 day hammerhead. So this is a good low. So yesterday's low. If we start taking that out, you're deviating back within this range. You're now potentially in a daily downtrend, and then we have to consider a move down to this daily EMA 34, which will always be the extremity for me before the EMA 100. So that's Bitcoin dominance. We can look at Tether dominance now.
On that 2 day view on Bitcoin dominance, you can see Ben Cowan creaming himself. Sorry, you didn't have to go back. Damn it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's right there. Right
No,
there
absolutely.
on that green candle.
And this is when he became bricked up, was right here. This is when buddy's walking with a chode every single day.
Every day.
Dominance
all
play.
day.
Dominance play in the gym every day.
Do you think
he's walking like Randy Marsh with his balls in a wheelbarrow?
That, and also I do feel like he gets dominatrix, but Bitcoin dominatrixes, because it's a reference to the Bitcoin dominance.
He has the hookers dressed up like Bitcoin whenever they whip him.
Yeah, it's like
Dominate me like the Bitcoin dominance in the cryptoverse. And boom!
He gets
Cryptoverse
fucking
is a safe
railed. No, I don't know if he does.
Anything for the trade
boys.
Anything for the
Cryptoverse
trade
is a
boys.
safe word. He's like, what am I taking in my ass right now? Bitcoin dominance.
Oh
no, but in all realness, though, he is very smart. I'll just give him that.
Honestly, he's the best at it. Yeah,
he lost that
Yeah,
when he blocked me on Twitter. Smart people don't block people for trolling them.
Oh my god!
I didn't even troll him. I was like, hey, when's Ethereum coming home again? You blocked me for that.
It's also, can I say on his behalf, it's hard to, because he deals with money people, like at least in the car thing to me was stupid, and also the phone thing. With the money, I also see it because people get so much more emotional on it, like so much more emotional. It's crazy. So I understand, and he doesn't know if he's reading ironic comments, sarcastic comments, or what the fuck he's reading. So I get it. I get it. I'm pretty sure he hates my guts, but there's no way of proving it other than the actions that I've seen. But either way, I think he's great, and also we'll always fucking go one by one to these guys. It doesn't matter. We make jokes in here, so
always, and we make jokes about ourselves, so we always win.
Of course.
So for me now, I mean, that's it. Bitcoin dominance. I mean, this weekly view looks bullish AF. So that's just simply it. Nice. That was just it. You just simply want this wick high rejection to be flipped into support. And if that can occur, 69.55% will be hit and the bull prophecies fulfilled. Now let's go to Tether dominance real fast. We're at support here. Let's go to the daily. This is interesting to see. It's always funny when like this starts curving on that channel. I just think that's always funny to see.
Where the EMA, you mean?
Yeah, like the SMA 200 just starts moving up.
Meme line? Yeah.
Meme line, yeah, and it's just funny to see that. For me now, I mean, you're at the EMA 34, so like, what can we gather from this view? Well, Bitcoin to me we're at support. Could we wick a little lower, take this low out? Yes, absolutely. Where would the extremity low be? Simply the SMA 200. And as long as you're above the SMA 200 on the daily, you have to not be a perma bull on Bitcoin. And for me now, it's like, yes, there's implications 100% of this daily EMA 100 getting lost and potentially moving to the 34. Cool, we've done that. You start taking out this wick high, yeah, I do think you're going to have a chance of going to 4.74 to 4.72. That, in theory, needs to be a spring that just gets you back above the daily EMA 100. Because that is the flip side. Like, this is potentially starting to shift bearish. We don't know yet if it is. We have potentially a trend shift here. So then, you know, maybe a higher low around the daily EMA 100, 4.85. But in theory, I mean, if you're a bull, you just need the EMA 34 to hold, get back above the daily EMA 100. Because this is a risk. What we will gauge is this. A reclaim, a loss of the EMA 100, I could have been right in the zone saying, well, you're still above support. You just got to get back above the EMA 100. And what you notice is you did not. Had that move to the SMA 200, which just dumped through, this led to a nice move up on Bitcoin. And so for me, yes, we're at support. I do think that 1093 can get hit. And if my idea, let's say, is right, it would need to mean this happens. Something like that. Where you just spring off the SMA 200, you get back above 4.85%, reclaim the EMA 100, make your move back above 5%. On the flip side, though, very well could be a bearish retest. So we're going to be, you know, cautious of that, either rejecting or reclaiming the psychological 5% number. But yeah, I mean, that's it. Bitcoin dominance to me is just, I mean, yeah, Tether dominance to me is at support. And so you just want to be cautious of that if you're, you know, aggressively scaling longs right now. Now, the 2 days interesting. 2 days full on breaking down, bearish retests. But again, you're holding the 21. You need to be mindful that the 21 likes to hold on the 2 day and also reject. Talked about this. And so this is going to be really crucial to watch. I'm going to be watching to see if that daily 34 gets lost today. And then even this 2 day, which is closing today, if we're going to lose this 21. I know there's a lot of moving averages. We can take the 5 off. I gauge the 9, 21, 34, and the 100. Whenever you're below the SMA 200, though, this ultimately does put this in bearish posturing. And the fact that the EMA 100's now flipped under the SMA 200 is more bearish. But we just can't disregard support. It's still very valid. And I was going to say something, but I forgot. But yeah, I mean, that's it. We're just going to be watching the closures today. BBWP is still reset, and the 5 day as well. Let's see. Yeah, reset. I remember last 5 day setup we had on Bitcoin. And I believe this occurred. We had the low volatility here, and I believe actually Tether dominance started to expand first. Let me check that. It was a while ago too, but I just remember that. Yeah, I think it was in January. Over here, so then let's look. Yeah, so yeah, I remember that actually. We had seen that 5 day BBWP on Tether dominance expanded first. This then gave me confidence to be more aggressive on Bitcoin. So actually, when we're getting these setups hand in hand, we should be paying attention to that, because what we had was Tether dominance was firing off its 5 day setup while Bitcoin was not. The hopium for bulls was, you know, this potentially could fire off to the upside, and it did at the end, somewhat, but well, no, it didn't really actually. No, it just ended up resetting. This was a pretty hefty move down. This was easy to gauge on that 5 day BBWP on Tether dominance. So now that we're reset, you do want to be gauging this potentially, because once we do this, once this fires off, which again I think will be sparked by the daily. We always see this where it's like the daily, the 2 day, the 5 day, it all just starts lining up. And then once you start seeing the lower time frames like the daily fire off, it just bleeds into the 5 day. So you just want to be really understanding of that. This is at support. Volatility is reset, and a major move still can occur. Bitcoin can drop multi-thousands of dollars off the back of this 5 day setup, specifically when you are in bearish retest posturing SFP play with a bear moon today. You're getting no one bearish today on a bear moon. That to me is often a recipe for, well, not a good time for bulls. Could be very wrong on this, fine, but for me, it's like 1093's resistance, no reason to overcomplicate it. You're within a range. 106K in theory should hold. You can play the range, and that's okay. But I'm going to be looking for a massive short around here. And I have an easy risk, and that's kind of what I'm going to be playing. That easily could happen today. We see that on Tether dominance. Could easily just swipe down and hit the SMA 200 really fast and literally get right back above 4.8%. That will be the extremity short for me. 1093, and this will be the extremity low for Tether dominance. What you're noticing is this is even now back within this channel. With volatility reset on the 5-day, let's check how it looks. It's even valid. So we're getting real close. It's like end of this month, early June, July. We're gonna get a move, in my opinion, if this is gonna be valid. So it doesn't mean we can wick up, we can wick below, and then we get the real move. We always see that on crypto, where it, you know, takes everyone out here, and then Tether dominance ends up dumping hard to the SMA 200. Everyone gets super bullish on Bitcoin. This leaves like a wick. You just end up closing right where it, you know, opened, and then you get the move after both sides are out. We've seen this before. So just be understanding of that. To me, I'm not really still convinced on Bitcoin that we're going to go to all-time highs. That very easily can change if we do start reclaiming 1093. Bitcoin dominance still looks very bullish to me. It seems like 69% is brewing. But yeah, you just want to be understanding that 1093 is short setup. I'm going to be taking it. And that doesn't mean that we can't reject before then. So yeah, hopefully that made sense. It's all I really have on crypto. And yeah, we'll be watching.
It actually made sense. Holy shit. No, I'm just kidding. That was great. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. That was great. And let me see what's next. Oh boy, XRP and Oracle.
I'll do XRP. No, I'll do Oracle.
Oh, look at you, huh?
Sweet.
Little Larry. Little Larry action. Let's do it. Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo la tabla de Bitcoin. Ya saben, siempre Alex y Farhan nos dan sus análisis. Los combino los dos y se los paso juntos. Básicamente estamos ante una estructura bastante alcista, esperando a ver si vamos a ir a máximo histórico o si el setup de la tradicional luna es este. No, ¿dónde está mi setup de la luna? Creo que lo borré. No puedo ver estos, no sé por qué, hasta la fecha no entiendo el por qué. Me pongo Moon, aquí lo tengo, ¿no? No, no está ahí. Perfecto. Ahí está. Si les pongo lo de la luna, aquí verán el por qué. Porque ahora tenemos una luna bajista, damas y caballeros, aunque no lo crean. La última había sido una luna alcista y nos había llevado para arriba, y ahora tenemos luna y normalmente, ¿qué pasa después de estas? Continuamos y podríamos venir a este nivel. Es básicamente la parte que nos está diciendo, interesante, vamos a poner atención a ello, ¿ok? Y yo sé que suena muy mamón, pero cabrón, si hubiéramos jugado las lunas la última vez, las últimas veces le hubiéramos pegado a todas. Entonces, a veces las cosas estúpidas tienen más sentido de lo que nos gustaría admitirlo. Otra cosa que estoy viendo es esta consolidación, me encanta, es muy alcista, pero no quiere decir que no podamos venir, rechazar acá y venir de vuelta. Bitcoin está cotizando en $107,460. Máximo histórico se encuentra en los 100, ¿es correcto esto? $112,000. Y queremos romper esos máximos históricos. La pregunta es, ¿lo vamos a hacer ahorita o no? Vamos a analizarlo. 3 meses, damas y caballeros. Empecemos por acá. Podemos ver la estructura tan alcista de Bitcoin, además de que esta vela va a cerrar solamente en 5 días y 9 horas. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Recuerden eso. También analizamos que en nuestra trimestral estemos por encima del promedio del 5, que literalmente como supositorio entró por acá y salió hasta arriba. El 9 está aquí abajo, 21, y el 34. Esto nos dice saludablemente en un uptrend en este momento, además de que momentum está apuntando para arriba y volatilidad está expandiendo del punto más bajo de toda la tabla. Este es nuestro indicador de volatilidad, BBWP. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio de volatilidad es la línea blanca. Aquí arriba es el 100%, aquí abajo es 0% y este es el 15%, para que entiendan lo que están viendo. No, iba a ir a la trimestral, a la mensual, pero me falta todavía poner esto. Vamos a ver con el HPDR cómo se ve. Y ahorita bajaré a darle unos saludos a Vini, que ya escuché que se despertó. Por fin, apenas son las 8 de la mañana, vaya. Ok, la parte alta del canal, $114,000, lo hemos dicho antes, nuestro máximo histórico $112,000. Estamos a nada de poder tocarlo. La pregunta es, ¿se acabó ahí? ¿Ahí quedamos o qué pedo? Por ahora, siempre y cuando estemos por encima de los 88,392, que es donde está nuestra media, esta línea grisecilla que ven por acá. Estando por arriba tenemos una más alta probabilidad de venir este 32 punto y cacho por ciento, más, además, teniendo este cero de volatilidad, lo que hace es darnos una posibilidad alta de ir al 50%, que se encuentra en los $147,000. Vamos a la mensual, quitar un poco de ruido. Recuerden también para poder apreciar una tendencia alcista en la mensual, arriba del 5, arriba del 9, bien, eso ya nos califica en una tendencia alcista. Además, tienes ya expansión de volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá. No pasamos por debajo del 15%, pero en la mensual nunca habíamos tenido un cero, o sea, habíamos tenido solamente este cero de volatilidad potente. Este fue el de COVID, cuando reventó a la alza, y acá podemos ver que tenemos otro preparado con momentum apuntando para arriba. Eso nos ha dado 100 de 100 veces, básicamente un 100% de probabilidades de dar el movimiento hacia arriba. Y normalmente estos movimientos mensuales son más de 100%. La cosa es, vamos a contar más de 100%, vamos a sonar un poco como aquellas personas que dicen que se fuman algunos porros, como dice el buen Deluxe. Vamos a analizar esto. Digamos que el setup funciona al revés y no pega de acá. Vamos a ponerlo en 35%. 35% nos pondría en $69,000. Pero a la alza, damas y caballeros, que es lo que tiene más probabilidad y en realidad de hasta 50%, nos ponen $145,000. Pareció al 50% que habíamos visto antes, con volatilidad expandiendo, momentum apuntando para arriba. Y una vez más, vamos a ver este HPDR. Podemos ver que estamos entrando en la zona azul. Uf, de entrar en la zona azul vamos a tener una muy alta probabilidad de ir a estos $137,000, que es donde está la media. Y bueno, la parte alta de la zona azul está en $171,000. ¡Qué locura! 2 semanas, momentum también está apuntando para arriba. Volatilidad está preparándonos este setup delicioso. Estos son setups que nos dan un movimiento mínimo de 35%. Ya lo medimos. ¿Qué eran? 137. No, 145,000 para arriba y 69,000 para abajo. Estamos viendo que volatilidad ya está por encima del promedio. Solo nos falta que cruce por encima de nuestro 15%. Una vez que cruce por encima de nuestro 15%, vamos a estar del otro lado, damas y caballeros, y vamos a estar viendo esto impulsándonos para arriba. Primer objetivo, la parte alta de la zona azul, 113,830. Objetivo a no perder el promedio del 9 en los 96,500. De perderlo, irías a la media, donde se encuentra ya la media, empieza a causar problemas en la estructura. Estarías haciendo un bajo más bajo, bajo más bajo, y eso te pondría tal vez a ir a buscar estos 77 si es que el 82 no te aguanta. Pero por ahora no estamos preocupados por ello. Continuamos empujando a la alza. Así que tenemos más probabilidades de venir a tocar la parte alta del 38,2% que la parte baja, y eso es de 65, casi 70% contra 30% de probabilidades, que es lo que jugamos aquí. Semanal, 8 de la mañana, estamos viendo cómo nuestra media se encuentra en los 110,948. Esto yo lo mantendría en la cabeza bien guardado, porque básicamente los $111,000 para arriba te da el primer impulso fuerte a los 126,000. Eso sería la zona más dura de todas. Ahora, 98,833 es donde está nuestro promedio del 9, es donde queremos aguantar por ahora. No nos gustaría ver perder ese nivel, aunque podría aguantar hasta los 98, tal vez los 97,317. Si es que llegamos a caer ahí, no afectaríamos tanto esta estructura y deberíamos eventualmente consolidar. 5 días son los que normalmente nos dan los setups más fiables, y además el 5 días tenemos volatilidad bajando el 15%, perfecto. Ahora solo nos va a faltar que baje el maldito promedio por acá. No, gracias, no me interesa saber nada de Oxford. Y luego queremos ver la volatilidad hacer esto, venir para acá y reventar a la alza. Eso nos daría el cero potente. Ahora, en la de 5 días, estamos en la parte baja de la zona azul, ¿Qué tenemos por acá? Nuestra media está en los 114, que es el siguiente objetivo, estando aquí en la zona azul, no perdiendo los 106,500. Los 106,500 son claves. ¿Por qué? Porque estos 106,500 literalmente es el promedio del 9 en la de 5 días, y de no poder aguantar esos 106,500, vamos a ir a los 104 y de ahí probablemente hasta los 100,000 otra vez. Así que es lo que vamos a tener al pendiente. La diaria, hasta la diaria, cabrones, nos está dando un setup de volatilidad, pero continúa haciéndonos estas gatadas, ¿no? Que ese, voy a reventar, güey. Ah, no, se cancela. Ay, güey, voy a reventar, güey. Ah, no, se cancela. Una y otra y otra y otra y otra vez. Por ahora, volatilidad está apuntando para arriba, pero necesitamos que el promedio caiga, que veamos este cruce, y ahí es donde estaremos contentos y sintiendo que la volatilidad nos está dando por fin el cero que estamos buscando. Por ahora en la diaria, nuestra media está en los 115,700, que es la zona a aguantar. Además, me gusta lo que estoy viendo por acá. Les voy a decir por qué. Porque tengo casi todos mis EMAs acá. ¿Esto qué es? Una línea meme. Ok. Tengo todos mis EMAs acá, menos el 55, que no lo usas para trading, el 100 y el 200. Esto me dice que si aguantamos y no perdemos los 104,400, deberíamos ir a buscar estos 109,500. Ya estando acá, estás hablando de altos históricos en los $113,000. No sé por qué creí que Bitcoin había tocado ya los 114. Ahora sí que me siento que me acabo de despertar de un sueño, damas y caballeros. No sé por qué. Para ponerla un poco sencillo, ahí les va. De acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo, y de nuevo, recuerden, consolidaciones de altos en este estilo son mis favoritas. ¿Por qué? Porque es lo que normalmente te da el siguiente madrazo para el alto que sigue. Lo pueden ver acá. Consolidamos así, en banderita para abajo, y luego te dio este alto. Luego consolidaste en esta super bandera, cabrón, para abajo, y te dio todavía un movimiento más fuerte. Ahora, si estás viendo que la fuerza del movimiento viene con la consolidación, esta consolidación bajista, lo que probablemente debería llevarnos es por acá, los 114. Tal vez aquí en los 114 no sea el movimiento agresivo donde veamos toda la volatilidad expandir, pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo es bastante prometedor. Tenemos a Bitcoin en este canal donde está rompiendo a la alza. Para mí, arriba de los 107,327, si cerramos hoy ahí, eso nos daría un muy excelente chance de expandir y buscar mínimo los 110. Pero lo que tiene Alex en mente, lo que tiene Farhan en mente es aguantar los 106,500. Si aguantamos los 106,500, somos alcistas. De no aguantar los 6,500, nos voltearíamos a ver si vamos a venir a la media del canal en los 102, o a la parte baja del canal en los 96, más o menos, que es también donde está nuestro SMA 200. Aquí abajo, tal vez el 100, el rojo, nos aguante en los 99, los $100,000. Tenemos el setup de volatilidad preparándose. Por ahora esto se ve muy bien. No me sorprendería ver un movimiento para acá abajo. Eso haría un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Hombro, cabeza, y nos tocaría el siguiente hombro, y una vez que rompamos este canal a la alza, deberíamos destruir a la alza, pero por ahora tenemos esa puta madre, luna bajista, y esa luna bajista nos pone en alerta. Nos gustaría ver esto ya romper, irnos a altos históricos, celebrar, todos tomar champagne, chupar chichis, ya saben, todo lo que pasa cuando rompes un alto histórico. ¿Qué? ¿Ustedes no hacen eso en casa? Está bien, cada quien celebra como puede. Y ya, básicamente, perder la zona de los 106,500 nos pone en tesitura bajista. Ahorita los 109,300, que es justamente este nivel. Se los voy a poner así para que lo puedan ver. No, no es ese. Qué pendejo soy, aquí está. Este nivel, en los 109,300, dependiendo la tabla en la que estés viéndolo, me parece que es la de 3 días o la de 5 días, es la que lo pone. 5 días. No, esos son 110. Sí es esto. Ok. Ah, qué pendejo soy. Es este Wikazo. Ok. Los 109,300 podría ser una zona para un gran corto, si es que no lo llega a tomar y empezar a consolidar por acá, irse para arriba. Pero por ahora estamos ante espera del movimiento, ya sea bajista o alcista. Todavía no nos dice exactamente a dónde ir, por eso no hay señal en este momento. No queremos hacer trades por nada, porque queremos hacerlo ya que tengamos toda la información posible, pero esténse al pendiente. Del otro lado tenemos también la dominancia de Bitcoin. que continúa y continúa y continúa y continúa a la alza. No me acuerdo qué les había dicho acá, pero era no, mala dominancia de Bitcoin. Que si rompíamos esta zona y caía, ahí es donde ya la dominancia de Bitcoin se iba al culo, etcétera. Pero para mí la dominancia de Bitcoin puede irse tranquilamente al 107% si llega a romper esta zona en el 71.27%. Además, en la de 5 días estás teniendo expansión de volatilidad en la dominancia de Bitcoin y estas expansiones de volatilidad, vamos a ver cómo pegan. Esta expansión fue a la baja. Esta expansión fue a la alza. Alza. Ok. Alza. Alza. Alza, parezco tontito. Pero de 5, 4 para arriba, 1 para abajo. Eso te dice que te da más probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza. En la dominancia de Bitcoin estamos en 65.69%, 67.44% es el siguiente objetivo y de ahí ya estaríamos hablando de este 71. Si rompemos el 71, ¿por qué sería clave y por qué sería tan fuerte? La razón es porque estás haciendo uno de estos patrones de Estados Unidos durísimos y el objetivo, literalmente, el objetivo de ese movimiento sería hasta acá en los 107, algo que literalmente nadie que tenga altcoins quiere ver. Nadie, ¿ok? Nadie. Dominancia de Bitcoin pierde ser alcista hasta que no se lleve literalmente estos bajos en el 60%. Este bajo no tiene nada de malo porque puedes venir a la parte baja del canal, continúa siendo en postura alcista y sería simplemente un engaño. Además de que el promedio del 100 viene por acá en la de 5 días. Dominancia de Tether. Dominancia de Tether. Fue tal cual lo que pasó. Parece ser que estamos teniendo este rechazo. No, esta fue la de 5 días, fue la última y eso nos debería dar este rechazo para abajo. Ahorita estamos por debajo de nuestros promedios. Recuerden que Tether, si baja, Bitcoin sube. Si sube, Bitcoin baja. Así que es lo contrario. Así que si somos alcistas en Bitcoin, queremos ver este rechazo. Continuación, ya nos dio el rechazo tal vez. Tenemos esta continuación y nos gustaría perder el 4.72%. De perder el 4.72% y luego llevarte estos mínimos en 4.36% a la baja. Adiós, tenemos el rally de Bitcoin más potente de toda la historia. Si llegas a romper esto del otro lado, a la alza, esto sería el fin del ciclo de Bitcoin alcista y nos vemos en 3, 4 años otra vez. Ahí lo tienen. Son como 2 años en realidad bajistas y ya. Lo demás es como consolidación, un poco alcista, consolidación, un poco alcista, bolas. Ok. Mr. Farhan, we're doing what? XRP?
Oracle.
Oracle.
Yes, sir. I have spoken to the Oracle.
Oh, very mysterious.
I was always kind of confused about the whole Oracle thing in the Matrix. Never really understood it.
Why?
Why was it a different woman in the other movies?
Because the machines remade her because she was getting out of control. The Oracle is there. It's a computer program. So the architect and the Oracle are the two pieces of AI that control that. The architect builds the mainframe, and the Oracle just makes sure that it works the right way, right? So it's got all of the information of everything, and that's why she's friends with the humans to keep that balance right, because you need to be on their side to keep that. So on the first one, because she helped bring Neo on, or the second one, whatever the fuck it was, whenever they changed her, was that she was getting too much on their side, so they changed her for another program. Does that make sense? That does the same function. So it's like changing the key maker, for example, because it's opening the keys to those guys, but instead they eliminated the key maker. Hopefully that resolves all of your doubts. Come on. I thought I did a pretty hell of a job.
Yeah, I'm kind of retarded. I'm going to have ChatGPT break it down for me and other terms.
Can you explain that to me like a 5-year-old again? Thank you.
Yeah, basically.
Can you explain it to me in Yu-Gi-Oh terms, please? So on the quarterly on Oracle, we have started to get momentum flipping back to the upside, and we are getting back into the bullish control zone. And notice how we got momentum on this low, breaking these lows here while price put in a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence, which will be confirmed on any close over about $191.99. Basically, close over $192 or higher, and this will confirm the hidden bullish divergence on a quarterly time frame. Last time around, whenever we went up to our top before getting consolidation, we went up to the 61.8%. But that this time around, we did not have hidden bullish divergence that we do now, because right now we are at the 61.8%. So it should be seen as sort of resistance, but we are above it. And as long as we close over this $212.26 area, that hidden bullish divergence is very likely going to take us up to that 78.6%, which right now is at about $321. That's like 50% higher than where we are right now. Let's take an actual number. Yeah, about 50-ish% higher than where we are right now. The jewel, as of this moment, is now curved back into a buy signal, once again shifting from the neutral, never going into sell and going back into a buy. This time around, very likely it's going to enter into the critical zone. And notice that we broke these lows here on the jewel, but price action made a significantly higher low, giving us also hidden bullish divergence on the jewel and the HPDR momentum. Monthly is now also starting to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone, getting over the reset zone, and breaking these lows on momentum while putting in a higher low, putting also hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. Monthly hidden bullish divergence is 147.89. What did we get this close at? 165. So monthly hidden bullish divergence has already been confirmed. And we're already making our way to this 38.2%, which right now is at about $230. That's going to be our monthly resistance. If we can get a close over this $230 level on the monthly, that'll take us up to the 78.6%, which right now sits at that, just below that $300 area. A week, 2 week is now getting extreme highs on momentum, getting all the way up to 92%, same as volatility. 2 week is now giving us a buy signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone and hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week as well. But we are getting to quite extreme areas. Maybe we can see a move up. If we break about $216.93, we will see another move up to the 95%, right around $232, but it's unlikely to get much beyond that based on how extreme we are getting on the HPDR ranges. Very likely somewhere around this $230 area, if we even reach it, is going to be a consolidation zone. Come on. Same idea with the weekly, sitting at about 95.5% on momentum and volatility. Very, very, very high probability area of consolidation. Right now, we are above the 95%. So if we do close above that, about $210.48, that's what takes us to that $230 area. Very, very, very unlikely to get beyond that. 5 days well is starting to shape back up. If we get above 216.93, very likely we're going to go towards 230, and also very likely that it's going to be a local top. 2 days already started to shift down on momentum, but has not quite confirmed it just yet. Has not gotten the close. If we do get a close like this, it will confirm, and then we're not going to go to 230s first. We're going to get the pullback first. And that pullback can take us anywhere down to this gap fill, which would be quite bullish to see, especially since it would be a nice retest of the silver cross. It would be a perfect move down to this 38.2%, and it would still hold the uptrend and just make another higher low. And this would be a move down to about $179. That still would be quite a decent move down, about 15 to 16%. The safer trade in this area would, to be honest, be a short rather than a long, because your stop loss would be about 1.7% and your TP would be about 15%. This is like better than 8-to-1 odds. Daily has also started to shift down, getting very close to the bearish control zone, but volatility starts to contract, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low, and you are getting a God mode sell signal on the jewel. And now the daily is putting in hidden bullish divergence by breaking all of these lows on momentum while putting in a significantly higher low. So as long as we are holding over about $211, it is unlikely that we are going to get that gap fill. Once you start to get daily closes below $211, lines up with this 5 EMA, that's when you get the gap fill. I do suspect that gap might be a trap on the first move down. And might just get a quick fuck you, move to the upside, and then get the gap fill. 4 hours also flipped up, still above the moving average, technically rejecting the bullish control zone, but is still above the moving average. while the jewel is now giving us a fresh buy signal. So if we do continue to hold the median, I want to see hold right around $210. We will maintain that buy signal. Start to close below that $210 area, you likely will lose the buy signal, and that's where you probably get the gap fill. Let's go to RSI. Oracle in the quarterly is now invalidating the bearish divergence and putting in that drive of hidden bullish divergence, which would give us a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about $300 basically. Monthly has already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, gives us a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about 272, and it's about to get a double extreme, or a first extreme, because this was the actually, no, this is the double extreme. My bad. This was the double extreme. This is the first. 2 week also has confirmed mini drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $121. Your next move is the critical zone, which right now sits at about 318. Nothing. 3-day has bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing over about $202.54. You're already in the critical zone. What is the RSI level at? 92. Let's change it to 95 and see what number we get. $250. Two-day, nothing. Daily, nothing. Go down to 4 hour. 4 hours now putting in another drive of bearish divergence. Interesting. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence. It will confirm with any close below about $214, and that likely takes you to about 200. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. Oh, beautiful. Our bearish control zone sits at 205. And very likely that $200 area is going to be a higher low, and it probably actually, here's an easier way I can put it. If you bounce off the $200 area and you close above the 21 EMA, very likely it's going to be a higher low on the 4 hour. Start to lose a 21 EMA on a 4 hour basis, close a 4 hour below $200, you get the gap fill. That's at the 55 EMA. Probably going to go a little bit lower to about like $176, $175. Right now, it does seem likely that you're going to get that move down to that gap fill. Let's check out the momentum. Quarterly Oracle. Quarterly is freshly flipping back to the upside with that hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 192. Monthly is also freshly flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 187. 2 week is also flipped back up, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 141. Weekly is also flipped up, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 168.65. 5-day also flipped up, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 184. 2-day is starting to flip down, and it will remain to the downside as long as you're closing below 212.30. Daily is freshly flipped back up, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 210.77 or 210.80. And looks like the 4 hour is going to come down to this. And the 4 hour is now flipped to the downside, but will flip up in about 2 hours if you can close over about $213, which we're just below. And 4 hours now freshly flipped to the upside, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing above $213.40, which we're slightly below. And hourly is now flipped to the downside as long as you're below about $216. So all the high time frames are extremely bullish on Oracle. We are flipping back to the upside on the quarterly, freshly maintaining the critical zone. Monthly is flipping back to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone. Monthly and the quarterly are putting in hidden bullish divergences. 2 week is putting in regular bullish divergence. Basically, every single time frame is now flipped to the upside, except for the low time frames, which does, and they're putting in bearish divergence, which does make it look like you're going to get a retest of that $200 area. And as long you start to, if you get a strong bounce off the $200 area and the 4-hour 21 EMA holds, then I will consider that the low, and I will expect to hit somewhere around $250, and then $300 from there. Start to lose that 21 EMA on a 4-hour basis, or close a 4-hour below $200, then you're very likely going to come to somewhere around that gap fill around $180, and then from there I do expect you to hit that 250 to 300. It's all going to depend on what happens on that 4-hour closing basis, but either way, it still does end up or does resolve in new highs. The invalidation of that new high theory is getting a wick below about $118, or a weekly close below about $154. If either one of those two things happen, then I'm gonna throw out the idea of going to that $250, $300 level, and I'm going to be looking at completely something different. Right now, I do think we're going to get a small little retest at 200, maybe slightly below, and then I do expect the first level of resistance / consolidation at 250, and then somewhere around 300, and then we'd have to reevaluate in those areas.
Sounds motherfucking great, sir. Thank you so much. Now, let me see what's up. What's next? ACN.
Nice. I will take a piss already.
Sounds good. I have no idea what ACN is, so you can piss all over it. You feel like
all car news. Our buddy has gone public.
He's gone public. He did it at 21 years old. He did it.
Amazing.
He's a trillionaire.
Brings a tear to my eye.
Why is Bitcoin rejecting? Did some news come out? Anything?
I don't know, but it is indeed rejecting the meme line right here.
Let me see.
And yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Tether probably bouncing off that 34 then. Support.
Yeah. I mean, it can't be that easy, right?
No.
Damn it. Where the fuck is Oracle? There you go. All righty. Estamos viendo Oracle, damas y caballeros, la empresa multitrillonaria de software del gran... Es Larry Ellison, ¿no? Ellison, efectivamente. El güey que tiene como 80 años, pero parece de 50, es una locura. Vale, amigo de Elon Musk y del gran presidente Trump, por supuesto. Aquí lo tienen, Oracle está en altos históricos. Bueno, acabamos de hacer altos históricos hace 1 y 2 velas. Estamos cotizando en 212 en este momento. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral. Trimestral tiene momentum apuntando para arriba. Volatilidad también está acompañando a esto, y esa es la vela más ridícula que he visto en toda mi vida. Pueden ver la expansión de volatilidad desde el 2020 hasta el 2024 y continúa empujando. Esta continuación nos está llevando acá. Esta es la vela más loca que he visto en mi vida. A ver, espérenme. Si compraste acá hace 3 meses, casi 80%, nada mal. Puta madre. Nada mal. Nos había dado una vela topera justamente en octubre del 2024, nos dio la corrección para enero y ahora estamos aquí arriba. Voy a poner rápidamente Oracle, cuando salió al público, en el 86, por lo que tenemos los suficientes datos para poder jugar con el HPDR. Vean esta locura. Estamos entrando en el 61.8% de poder romper esta zona justamente en los 212.26. Nuestro siguiente objetivo son los 321. ¡Qué locura! Y se vino a apoyar aparte a la parte baja de la zona azul. Tienes que amar cuando una tabla funciona así. Vela topera del libro, instantáneo follow through, instantánea caída, ¿ok? Eso, hermoso. Tienes un típico suelo, este estilo, lo puedes ver, casi ocurre en todos lados, así, en velas grandes, ¿no? Como esto. Cuando ves esto, es cuando dices, ok, definitivamente hicimos piso, además de que te dio otra vela topera, fue una repetición de esto acá, y ahora estás a la alza. Esto elimina completamente tu vela topera de acá, la cancela como lo canceló literalmente hasta acá. Esta fue mucho más rápida. Y ahora estamos esperando a que todo esto continúe para llevarnos a los 300, 350 dólares. Mensual. Wow. Mensual, tienes volatilidad, había expandido, había contraído y ahora está apuntando una vez para arriba para volver a hacer otro extremo. A esta tabla le gusta estar en extremos de volatilidad. Aquí puedes ver 1, 2 y ahora vamos por el tercero. También Momentum está apuntando para arriba. Nuestra media de la zona azul está en los 204 y la parte baja de la zona azul está en 187, que sería donde yo esperaría, y también Farhan, que haga sí va a haber una corrección, porque en las temporalidades más cortas puede haber una corrección. Creemos que va a ser más o menos por esta zona, la zona de mayor oportunidad, si es que se llega a dar. Vamos a continuar. Vamos a ver algo, a analizar un poco más de esto. Espérenme. Perfecto, Alejandro. Sigue. Ven que en la mensual seguimos por encima del 5, encima del 21. Todos los EMAs están perfectamente chuleados. Nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 230, de no perder la media, y de ahí 250. Wow. 2 semanas, también tienes volatilidad en extremos, lo puedes ver por acá, por encima del promedio, expandiendo, continúa, y puede empujar 1, 2, 3, 4, estos son 2 meses básicamente, esto es mucho más, entonces Oracle puede continuar empujando, lo que sí es, ya estamos entrando al 95%, vamos a ver qué tanto nos gusta tocar ese 95%, que es, no la línea roja, es esta línea de acá, en esta tabla. No, ya estoy en el 2018 y nada. No es muy común que lo haga. Espérame que toque algo, ¿no? Sí, cambié esa línea, meme. La única... No, sí lo llega a tocar, nada más se me había ido, porque estoy viendo el... No, no es esa. No, efectivamente no. Así que por aquí podríamos estar topando antes de venir a respirar, dejar que esto suba y dar continuación. Es lo que yo esperaría entonces en en la de 2 semanas. Y también la semanal te lo dice todo completamente. Ya estás acá, necesitamos consolidar, y ahora estas consolidaciones, se los he dicho 1000 veces, no son normalmente nada más de lado. Las buenas y las potentes son las que son así, y eso es lo que esperaríamos más o menos, que lleguemos a retestar esta zona del 88.3% en los 191 máximo, y aquí justamente resortear. Pero vamos a necesitar un poco de esto. Un poco de esto. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos en extremos. Necesitamos que todos estos promedios suban para poder estar en, digamos, la parte alta de la zona azul y poder usar todo el HPDR para poder volver a treparlo. Por ahora estamos también en extremo de volatilidad. Pueden ver doble extremo una vez más, aunque puta, son extremo tras extremo tras extremo. Sobre todo cuando ves la tabla en tan alto temporalidad, puedes darte cuenta el por qué. El 100% donde está, en los 288, 230 están, 225 están aquí arriba, ¿vale? Diaria, en extremos también, vieron que nos fuimos hasta el 97%, y esto es lo que estoy esperando ver en la semanal, de este subidongo, que todas las barras suban así para poder ver y aprovechar la oportunidad. Ahora, ¿dónde podemos corregir? Al 50%, que es donde está nuestro promedio, el 9 en los 209, 61% está en los 206 y el 88.3% en 195. Para Farhan, la oportunidad grande va a estar primero en los 200, que es justamente el 78%, y dice que ahí es donde podría aguantar. La razón por la que estamos viendo esto y decimos, esta sería una gran oportunidad, pero al mismo tiempo es una trampa. Tienes este gap acá, ¿lo puedes ver? Déjame quito mi promedio del 5, no sé por qué lo sigo teniendo en temporalidades bajas. Aquí hay un gap. Este gap normalmente lo vas a venir a cerrar, ¿no? Pero puede ser hoy, puede ser en 100 años. No, también no voy a exagerar. Puede ser en un rato. Entonces no tiene por qué. Lo primero que yo estaría viendo es perder los 209 en el promedio del 5 en el diario. Si llego a perder esta zona, mi siguiente zona de interés serían los 200 justamente por acá. Si llegas a esta zona, no sé cómo vaya a actuar el gap. El gap puede ser una trampa a la que nunca llegue y te deje sin entrar. O puede ser que lo uses, te haga esto y bolas para arriba, ¿no? Lo que nosotros pensamos es que simplemente va a tener un retroceso pequeño. Ese retroceso pequeño puede ser o a los 200 acá y después continuar, o a esta zona y después continuar. Pero en todas las temporalidades, menos en las más cortas, sobre todo 4 horas, te lo pone bastante sencillo. Pierdes tus promedios del 9 y el 5 que están acá, sobre todo el 9, 209. El 21 debería aguantar en los 202. De no aguantar, aquí tienes el 34. Esa es la zona de interés que deberías de tener. No los ha tocado desde mayo, que no es tanto tiempo también que ha pasado en esta temporalidad, y puedes ver el efecto. Es lo que esperaríamos. Ahí está en Oracle. Alrighty, what's next? XRPP?
Yes.
You're muted, sir. Perfect.
Going. Let's check the PP out. Silence my phone. Nice. Cool. So XRP is actually pretty straightforward to me. I mean, $1.96. It's just funny how well the support has held, honestly. I think we drew this, like in November, December. And I remember the long here. This was a nice long. Gave the long out. Very easy, straightforward. And what you're noticing is from that point, you've just kind of solidified it being support up until April. April, you lost it. April then led to a nice move down to the SMA 200, but you ultimately went to the next meme line. That's what I'm noticing with XRPP. It really likes these meme line ranges. Because from this point, you went down, 16.9%, basically 17%. And then once you reclaimed back above this simple bullish retest, expansion, straight to business. And so now what we've done is hit this again. But we're going to view this on a 5-day. I will say the more times you hit this, the weaker it becomes. Not going to just keep holding and giving longs the easy trade. And what you're starting to see now is the itchings of that potentially. So what we have now is we have potentially a downtrend on the 5-day. You have a rejection of the EMA 9 and the 21. You have the 9 crossing under the 21, which is bearish posturing. And now you have the hopium of potentially, this wick. I won't call it a hammerhead because it's not fully a hammerhead. It's just a nice buyback wick, essentially. You have a major inefficiency. This definitely can get tested. We know altcoins like to do that. But then also what you have is an EMA 34. Now, this got reclaimed after we lost it. This was kind of playing into, the upside move up to that 5-day EMA 9. We hit that. And so now what we could be playing in, what we could be in within is just a EMA range. EMA 34 is support. You keep rejecting off the 21 because it's within that resistant range. For me now, if you start losing this EMA 34 on a 5-day after this buyback here, that's going to scream another retest of 196. There, what bulls only hopium is a slight price divergence, trend shift, but that would ultimately mean you have to come back up and take out these highs. For me now, it's just really in the stance of more wait and watch, because you could be aggressively longing that 5-day EMA 34. But then what if this just turns into a lower high? This just ends up not being a higher low, and we break down, taking out that low. Next objective would be around $1.60. Totally not out of XRPP's characteristic to make these busting action moves, consolidation, and then dump. Let's see where we've seen this before. Right here. Twice. Busting action move, consolidation, dump. Busting action move, consolidation, dump. It's just kind of what occurs with XRPP. Here just was straight dump. No, not even a consolidation. Consolidation, dump after a move up, consolidation, dump. Like you saying this, like it's very obvious. When you have an aggressive move up, this was nice. This was a very, very, very strong move up on XRP. This absolutely can start getting retested a bit. You have the 5-day EMA 100 now shifting, moving above $1.50. It's now almost above that wick low. It's good. But if you start losing that 5-day EMA 100 with BBWP reset, this is going to be brewing a move down at minimum to there with possibly a wick at $1.50. So you want to be very cautious here, because XRP, yes, has moved up. We bounced nicely. From this low, we've moved up so far 14%. But has really anything shifted from that move up? No. I mean, you still weren't able to take out these highs. You still weren't able to reclaim the 5-day EMA 9 after this insane move up. I mean, that is a cause of concern, and that solidifies this being resistance. And I always say that when I see in crypto an aggressive move up, but it just can't stick the landing, you do have to be kind of cautious here, because, I mean, why stop here? That just doesn't make sense unless this is really strong resistance. So for me, we are at resistance. XRP had a nice, reaction at $1.96, but you got to start seeing bulls solidify more bullish structure. This is going to turn into a 5-day lower high, leading to this low getting taken out, and that will lead to this range breakdown. This range is very, it's nice. We've had a false breakout. This potentially was a false breakdown on like a daily, but really what we've seen is this 5-day hold this range pretty strong from November. And so if you do end up closing any 5-day under $1.96, this is really going to be your confirmation that, yeah, this is about to really dump hard. This new range could easily be 16%. Notice at this line, if I just extend it, right, using that wick low, oh gosh, right here. Boom, using the wick low, the wick high. What do you have? That 5-day EMA 100 approaching that. Could easily be the next objective. But still, that puts it in over a 10% move down. Same with the daily. It's like, has anything really shifted? No. I mean, yeah, you got above the 9. You bounced off the 9. You're rejecting the 34. Plays into the idea that this is just in a moving average range. And as long as you're under that daily EMA 100, which is sitting right around $2.23, this is technically going to be more in lower high posturing. On the daily, you really can see the trend easy on this.
I think the 4 hour is the craziest one.
Let me see that. Let's take a look-ski. Hey.
Seems like the easiest play.
Yeah, simple. I mean, that SMA 200 on the 4 hour, which this is always a side note when I use the SMA 200 on the lower time frames. It doesn't often work that good on lower time frames, but if it does work like what we visually can see, there's no reason to disregard that. Generally, SMAs work good on higher time frames. I'll always just say that. But yeah, look at this 4 hour SMA 200. Deviation, breakdown, bearish retest, question mark, while also daily and lower high posturing, potentially. Where will we know that's wrong? If we start getting back above $2.23. Why? Because then that means that we are now healthily above the SMA 200 and even taking out that wick high. But yeah, that's actually a great point of view you bring up. This is very easy. Can it really be that easy, right? You just, boom, there's your bearish retest play, objective 196. Lose 196, capitulation to 167. Yeah, and then even if I extended this out, right, we had this breakdown. Let's do that right there. You guys just see I'm just extending lines at this point. Yeah, you're just simply rejecting that. And it plays into the bearish retest. Let's see if the HPDR, because these all can just be fairy dust. Let's see if the HPDR tells us anything. Okay, so daily is finding resistance right at that 38.2%. Let's see what the 2 days says though. 2 day also is that median right at $2.24. Good confluence of that resistance around $2.23. 5 day. I'm not really getting much. Ideally, bulls want the 5-day EMA 34 to really spring, bounce, and make your way up above $2.23. Is there any bearish retest? So on the flip side, there's no bearish retests to be had here on the HBDR. None. And you're even above the 2-week median. Observe that. It's very well, though. Could fall below it, but yeah, above the 2-day median. 2-week median is interesting because you've essentially been under that since you lost it in March. But again, unconfirmed, 11 days is a very long time. And on the flip side, you're not above the weekly median. So was at risk of a breakdown here. Bull stuck the landing. Now we just need to, see how this weekly closes, really. I was checking predominantly the HPDR to see if there's any bearish retest. None. So that is the hopium. That the flip side is that, well, if I'm viewing that on a meme line, HBDR kind of says not really. So there is resistance still around this zone at $2.23. We saw that like daily 38.2%, 2-day median, etc. But yeah, so still a lot of resistance, still a point of interest for lower highs. You know where you need to break as a bull. You know what you need to reclaim as a bull. In bears, this is a very simple short setup for you. You're shorting this zone. You in low leverage, of course, you can easily find a better stop on a 4-hour, and you have a hard stop here at $2.33. I know it's kind of big, that's why low leverage. But where do you know you're wrong before that stop? Well, if the 4-hour estimate 200 just starts getting reclaimed, to me, it's at $2.23. You start getting above there. Do we need to take a stop loss? No, don't need to wait for this. We can just cut the trade. But yeah, I mean, until $2.23 gets reclaimed, this is at risk of breaking down. The trend is shifted. This does look like a lower high. The daily looks like it's in a downtrend. The weekly 9's lost. You even rallied up to that weekly 9, which is sitting right around $2.20. So am I extremely bullish on XRP at this point? No. And the fact that we've hit support this many times makes me very concerned for the if we start rolling over, playing within the range, if it's going to hold again. So just understand that when 5-day and weekly volatility is this low. Across the board, you're just getting a lot of setups, lots of setups into July. So if, it's a meme, but if, Jesus toast pattern is going to work, yeah, it's like, what did I say? And I saw in Bitcoin's analysis, it seemed like towards the end of July, early end of June, early July, that's like when a move is going to occur. Very well could occur here as well. End of June, early July. So, and what I'll like about this is if we keep consolidating here, I'll really like that 223 will be right there. Honestly, that'll either be the spot, like breakout, reclaim, 223 is the spring, or yeah, that just exasperates resistance, and that's the breakdown spot. Right? You can just see that, like it just will eventually over time line up. So we'll just see. So that's XRP spot. I'm cautious here. This channel is just nothing more than lower highs. It's all it's showing. On low volatility, it makes sense that you shouldn't be, that you get these kind of channels. You always get them. So it's just more showing the lower highs. You have higher lows, so it's not always clear, but that's why then we use moving averages and meme lines. So that's XRP. We can look at the Bitcoin pairing, because always whenever you look at an all, you should look at the Bitcoin pairing. So some would say more important than the spot pairing. And I agree. So Bitcoin, XRP versus Bitcoin. So we got the bounce. That was nice. I wanted to see that actually hit the daily EMA 100. Very well could still. So that just, again, plays into this is in a range. Did we shift daily downtrend? No, we did not. So I always like doing this. I think it's just easy representations, lower highs, lower high. So now you can visually see, okay, well we have an objective. Got to break this. You break that last wick high, most likely going to move up to that EMA 100. But this is like, if it couldn't even break the last lower high, that's kind of a concern. And this now is potentially going to shift into a lower high at the EMA 34. Often you like to form those at the EMA 34. Again, for me, it's always that extremity for me. So extremity is always the EMA 34 before you hit the EMA 100. So it makes sense if this is going to roll over that it would reject right around here and then lose the daily 9, make your way down to 1974. Daily volatility is giving you a setup that's at extreme lows. It's interesting to see that. XRP seems like it's really primed for a breakdown. And let's just note, like,
on the 4-hour, you also have a silver cross that literally just happened, like right now. And I know, because you don't put your 55 on to check. And look at volatility in extremes.
Yeah, on the daily, we have a low volatility, and then on the 4-hour, we do have extreme volatility with it actually resetting. So, this 4-hour looks like it's lower high, which plays into potentially the daily being lower high at the was it? Oh, at the 34. I think that was on the spot pairing. No, at the 21 here. Yeah, at the 21 extremity high, lower high at the 34. This does look like it's already lower high here. The 4 hour to me, yeah, we have that silver cross. Do we have a silver cross down?
No, you don't. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the regular chart at the USD
Oh,
pair.
spot.
I just
Yeah,
realized. Yeah, because I also saw the volatility was not the same. Sorry, my bad.
No, all good. Very valid though, and I'll check out the silver cross
Because the 90 is right there.
Yeah. So now what do we have here? Well, aggressive bulls are going to play this. They're really going to try to. Okay, well, you have a high, you have a higher low, you have a higher high. So then what does that mean? This has to bounce here. You can't really take this low out. Or then the 4 hour, and this is 4 hour, but then that's going to be in a downtrend. Has implications for a retest of the EMA 100. Lose the 4 hour EMA 100 opens up a big move down. I always like that play on the 4 hour. Specifically on Bitcoin, but we can just back test it ourselves, right? And see it's like 4 hour EMA 100 loss right here, rejected down. Okay, well, we were above all the moving averages. So what about in this scenario? EMA 100 got lost, rejected down. EMA 100 got lost, rejected down. And this EMA 100 was above all moving averages. So that's why this is a good spot to watch. And really, you're not going to want to take out that last low. So for me on XRP, and you still have a daily silver cross to the downside. Weak, I will say you hit the 55, but it's still valid. Absolutely still valid. And so going to the spot with the Bitcoin pairing now. The 4 hour was very interesting because this actually looks like it's about to break down. And that's just based on this. Yeah, absolutely good eye, Alejandro, with the contracting on volatility, resetting, counter opposite move, SMA 200, bearish retest, potentially brewing, could retest that. It's an altcoin, so it loves to shift trend up and then dump. So, that's valid though. Always valid to see that. But on the flip side, you didn't really test it here. And this potentially was just, it's just that resistance. This is looking quite heavy. Now, in summary for me on XRP versus Bitcoin, you're watching the daily 9. If you lose the daily 9, no need to overcomplicate things. That should hold as resistance. You then know that, okay, well, this is now shifting potentially into a downtrend. I need to be gauging yesterday's high, wick high. The EMA 34 should move below that wick high, telling you that if you do end up squeezing up, and let's say that 4 hour does end up testing the SMA 200, well, that potentially is just going to be a retest before breaking down. So watch the daily 9 on XRP versus Bitcoin, because this is looking very heavy. And if you start losing that 1973, you're going to have a move down to 1650. I know that seems big, but I mean, you can just see the reactions up. That's what often these big moves do, is when eventually it fizzles out, which often they do, it just leads to big moves down. Now, this will kind of be the last line in the sand. And I know saying that like 16% away is crazy, but 18% away, but it is. And that just plays into, this is an altcoin. 18% is nothing for XRP. This moved up 450% here in like a month. And so what you're noticing here is you just simply want this wick high rejection flipped into support. If we go to the 5-day and start looking at that wick high rejection, right, this one, you notice that we did hold the range here. We could play within it. It's like you just need to see either this hold or get follow through on a breakdown, not chop, lose, reclaim, lose, reclaim. Like when you start dissecting it, it's like, yeah, this should have had follow through. It didn't. This was a big sign then. Trend shifted up. My point being is that you get pretty aggressive dumps if you start losing the 1.6 level and actually having follow through from that. This is when XRP just honestly starts reverting the entire move. So what we see is that 5-day SMA 200s lined up around there. It's not a concern if we end up coming down and testing that. This potentially just could be the spring up, and you take out all those shorts But until then, just be cautious that XRP is looking kind of bearish to me. And the fact that the daily trend and the shift on the spot pairing is a concern. And yeah, so in summary, for the spot pairing, you're watching the EMA 100. If you reclaim the EMA 100, you'll get that move to the SMA 200. You can see here, price has already been front running that. So there's no reason to overcomplicate that. That should be very strong resistance. And if it's not, and we reclaim it, then that's a major sign for you as a bull that we're probably going to break out to like $2.70, if not higher. But that, until proven otherwise, is going to be resistance. And I'm going to be watching for this to be ranging until early July. We're either going to break down or break out. So that's all I have on XRPP. Really not the best chart. So,
all righty. Thank you. Next, Rivian.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. Ok. Estamos viendo XRP, damas y caballeros. La moneda que va a cambiar al mundo va a ser el nuevo dinero digital. No sé si ustedes lo sepan. No. Perdón, no puedo salirme de decir mamadas, ¿ok? Podemos ver en la trimestral tremendo patrón alcista. Lo hemos visto cuántas veces. Es nuestro patrón favorito de... perdón, este no es trimestral, güey, es de 2 semanas. Ya decía yo, güey, ¿por qué está tan ocupado? Tenemos nuestro gran patrón de consolidación por acá, aunque tengo que decir, esto no es una gran consolidación. No lo es. En mi opinión, esto no es esa banderita que me gusta ver. No tiene esa cara. Esto tiene cara de debilidad y se parece mucho a esta zona. ¿Ok? Es lo primero que voy a notar. Lo que sí tenemos que darle respeto al César. Estamos por encima del 5, el 9. Esto nos pone una tendencia alcista. También habíamos tenido volatilidad expandiendo y continúa expandiendo, pero puedes ver que se está empezando a ir del lado, del punto más bajo de la tabla. Esto nos dio un movimiento de 500% a la alza en XRPP. Nada mal, pero desde entonces habíamos tenido estos máximos antes en el 2017, en los 1.99. Hasta el 2024 fue lo que tomó para tener un cierre más alto en los 2. Este es un cierre igual en el 2.01. Y a ver dónde cierra, faltan 5 días y 8 horas, a ver si no nos lo regresa aquí a los 2.01 o si nos va a dar el cierre más alto de toda la historia en donde está. Esto es un doji, esta vela, es un doji perfectamente bien hecho, lo puedes ver acá. ¿Qué es un doji? Una vela que tiene, perdón, se me olvida que cuando estás dibujando en este tipo de temporalidades sale hecho una mierda, que tienes toda esta parte arriba flaca, toda una parte idéntica abajo flaca y la parte en medio gorda. Ahora, puede ser un doji y tener la parte de en medio más gorda todavía que esto, pero este es un doji de libro, después de haberte dado una vela topera. Esta sería una vela topera y la vela topera tiene el cuerpo de menos de 25% del tamaño en la parte baja de la vela, etcétera. Entonces está jugando juegos. Para que esta vela topera entrara en función en este cierre en 5 días y 8 horas, deberías de cerrar abajo del 1.76. Para desaparecer esta vela topera a la alza, tienes que cerrar arriba de máximos históricos en 3.4, casi. Pero por ahora, XRP en esta temporalidad continúa siendo alcista, solo que no nos está dando toda la fuerza que nos gustaría ver en él. También tenemos el rechazo del 61.8%, el 50%, y de no aguantar donde estamos, el 1.95, deberíamos de venir a la parte baja del 38, a la parte alta de la zona azul, en los 1.41. Eso no sería bueno. Lo que nos gustaría ver si somos alcistas en XRP es consolidación en esta zona, que empiece a subir y nos empuje a la alza. Mensual, voy a quitar el HPDI también. Mensual, empieza a apretarse la cosa. Pueden ver que tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 por primera vez ya llegando a una parte alta en esta tabla, después de todo este tiempo que hemos tenido desde octubre, noviembre, diciembre, enero, todo este año. Básicamente el promedio del 9 ya está en los 2.04. De llegar a perder los 2.04 en un cierre en 5 días y 8 horas, esto se pondría en lo que nosotros llamaríamos al principio un mercado bajista. Por ahora seguimos arriba del 9, arriba del 5, todo bien, pero vale la pena tener un ojo bien pelado acá para XRP. Además tienes volatilidad contrayendo, nada que te diga, y, espérame, tienes volatilidad contrayendo y, ¿dónde está tu tu promedio, perdón. Tienes la media también el 205. Sí, de perder el 205, 204, siguiente objetivo van a ser el 15. Puta, 16, 15. Y de no aguantar, tu promedio el 21 en el 1.45 en la mensual. Interesante. Vaya, vaya, vaya.
2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, se viene el plomazo a XRP.
2 semanas, llevamos ya cuánto tiempo por debajo del 9. Esta es, no nada más eso. Acá tienes varias cosas. Caes, intentas retomarlo, tienes el primer rechazo acá. Ni siquiera vienes a retomarlo, tienes otro rechazo acá. Y no nada más esos 2 rechazos. Tienes una famosa vela topera justo acá que instantáneamente este cierre le dio follow through. Y luego este y este. Y ahora tienes más rechazos del promedio del 9. Uf, empieza a ponerse interesante. Aunque en una corrección el promedio del 21 nos puede aguantar perfectamente el 1.98. De perder el 1.98, estamos hablando del 1.69 y de ahí el objetivo en el 1.6. Brutal. Vamos a verlo con el HPR, un segundo. Y también habíamos visto si teníamos un setup de volatilidad. Lo que tenemos es un setup de volatilidad preparándose. Muy, muy potente en la de 2 semanas. Son movimientos muy agresivos en XRP. Vamos a mantener los ojos por ahí porque puede ser a la alza o a la baja. Esperemos si somos alcistas a la alza, pero por ahora estando debajo de la media. Estamos por encima de la media, pero por centavos. La media está en 2.17. De perder los 2.17, otra vez tienes más probabilidad de venir al 1.98 y de ahí al 1.80. De poder romper los 2.22, 2.23, tienes aire limpio a los 2.66, que es básicamente el alto de esta vela. Semanal también está preparando un setup de volatilidad potente, lo puedes ver acá, ok, con cero volatilidad y estamos justamente siendo rechazados. No, la media no nos ha rechazado, la media nos rechazó en la vela pasada, que fue la primera vez que caímos de la media. Estamos intentando regresar. De no poder romper los 2.31 a la alza, tenemos rechazo de la media. Vamos a ver si el 34 aguanta en los 2.02 y de no aguantar, el 1.98 vuelve a aparecer. Pero ya saben que si llegamos a la parte baja del 38.2%, deberíamos de ir a ver mínimo el 61.8% en 1.75 y eso nos pone en una situación bastante extraña para XRP. Diaria es la más fácil de todas. No, en realidad la de 4 horas, en mi opinión, pero en la diaria también tienes un setup de volatilidad nulo y has tenido esta volatilidad engañosa. Estamos en el 1.59% de volatilidad, pero cuando volteamos a ver nuestra tabla que viene de altos, altos más bajos, bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, en una clara tendencia bajista, estamos buscando romper esa tendencia bajista. Nuestro SMA 200 fue el rechazo acá, ni siquiera lo venimos a tocar una vez más. Nos gustaría romper esta zona en los 237 para poder decir que definitivamente esto fue simplemente un ajuste. Pero por ahora el EMA 100, el 34 nos está rechazando y la zona a no perder son los 215 y 213. Porque si no vas a los 2 y empiezas a ver cómo otras temporalidades empiezan a sangrar justamente a esta. La de 4 horas es mi favorita. ¿Por qué? Déjame quito el HPR y lo ponemos de vuelta ahorita. La de 4 horas es de mis favoritas porque puedes ver perfectamente la tendencia bajista. Desde acá hasta acá y ahora el SMA 200 se está comportando como resistencia. Es un canal, puedes ver el canal perfecto, ¿no? No tengo ni que dibujarlo, ahí está, este es un canal. Está aquí y la parte en medio del canal es justamente esta donde estás. Ok, en la de 4 horas lo que tenemos es volatilidad en extremos. Está reagrupando para preparar un movimiento, ¿ok? Este movimiento para dónde lo va a dar no sabemos todavía, pero el rechazo del 9, el rechazo del 5 nos debería dar un viaje a los 2.16. Tienes un cruce plateado en la de 4 horas en este momento, acaba de cerrar la vela y lo acaba de expandir. Pero tienes rechazos del SMA 200 por acá. Vamos a poner el HPR para que lo vean. También tienes el rechazo de la media. De no poder romper los 2.18 primero y después los 2.22 de nuevo, 2.23 básicamente, tu siguiente objetivo debería estar aquí abajo en los 2.11. Y de no aguantar, estás hablando de que esto va para abajo. Y qué raro, porque XRP fue la única que siempre se vio alcista todo el tiempo y ahora es la primera en verse bajista. ¿Será como el anuncio de todo lo que viene o qué pedo? No sé. Igual y simplemente está haciendo lo de siempre, una gatada, ¿no? Ya saben cómo les gusta estas tablas ponerse sus moñitos. Pero, a fin de cuentas, vean cómo XRP tuvo su máximo histórico en enero y ahora ya no, en mayo. Déjenme ver algo. Abril del 2021. Y ya de ahí nunca lo volvió a hacer. Espérenme. 27% abajo. ¿Dónde es 27? Aquí. ¡Ja! Puede que se esté repitiendo la historia con XRP, ¿eh? Puede que se esté repitiendo la historia. Que sea el primero en topar y de ahí se va el culo. ¡Ja! Vamos a estar pendiente. Aquí es bastante fácil, simplemente ponlo en la semanal. No te salgas de la semanal. Alex dice la diaria, también puedes ver la diaria, es bastante similar. Pero si en la semanal puedes montarte acá, encima del promedio del 9, empiezas a consolidar, bien, eso sería alcista. Pero si continúas con estos rechazos, deberías hacer un nuevo mínimo. Este fue tu alto más bajo después de este mínimo. ¿Y qué es lo que sigue después de bajo, más bajo, alto más bajo y luego bajo más bajo? Vamos a ver si esta vela puede darle la vuelta a todo. Alcistas, toros, como les quieras decir, arriba de 23. Bajistas arriba, donde estamos ahorita para abajo. Simplemente aguantar este nivel no sería bueno. Y sobre todo no perder el 2.17. Perder el 2.17 es casi la sentencia al movimiento a la baja que sigue. Ahí lo tienen en XRP, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a what is next, Mr. Sir? DCHL, no. ACN.
ACN.
All
Oh
car
yeah,
news.
all car news. Yeah, all car news.
Accenture. Well, this is very weak. There you go. Analysis is done. We're good to go. You don't have to share anything.
Wonderful. Drop the ball. Bring the call, Jeeves.
Bring me Peter Pan.
Bring me pictures of Spider-Man. All right, so the quarterly on this thing looks absolutely terrible. Is there some OPM? Let me see. Yeah, there's some slight OPM. You have a close here at $307.11. You have close here, which is going to be lower at about $299. If you can manage to continue to close over 307, there will be possible bullish divergence. You will have to close the next quarterly candle over about $325 to confirm it. A little unlikely that's going to happen based off of this closure, although it is going to be technically possible. Another point in the opposite of that is that the jewel is very likely going to give you a sell signal on this quarterly closure.
Whoa.
The death blow for this is going to be getting a closure below the 21 EMA. Once you get a closure below the 21 EMA in textbook terms, it's fucked. Because if you notice, in our 2020 COVID dump, we still held the 21 EMA. The only time we ever lost the 21 EMA was in the 08 crash. And after on the loss of the 21 EMA, we moved all the way down to the 100% of the HPDR. Right now, the 100% of the HPDR is sitting at right around just below $200 at like $198. Even that, realistically, coming from cryptocurrency land, is not really that devastating of a drop. It's like 34% down. And that would be an extremity drop, like a 2008 type of crash. Huh. Maybe we should be doing stonks. Monthly is also flipped back to the downside with volatility expanding. Is monthly doing it? Monthly is giving you quite the sell signal on the jewel. Pink is crossing below the yellow. They're all bunched up together. Whenever you get that cross, you get the dark blue sell signal. You just want to see a closure below your 55 EMA, and then that'll be enough for me to call it a day. Right now, you're getting your fast moving averages crossing below your slower ones. 9's crossing below the 21. Once you lose that 55, very likely you're going to get a pretty fast drop to the 100 at about $250. Let's see these jewel signals and what type of moves they usually produce. Pink crossing below yellow. Let's do it below the bullish control zone because that's where it happened. Slightly, we don't have any other examples. 2 week is now flipping to the upside. Interesting. While volatility is contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And what goes along with that likely lower high is that you have a fresh silver cross to the downside. So that momentum to the upside likely gives you a retest of somewhere between this 9 EMA to the actual cross, which is right next to the median. So that gives you a range between about $309 upwards of $324, anywhere within that region. But the reason why I don't think it's going to go to the median is because it's to remain bearish, it likely has to come to a nice retest of this silver cross or the 9 EMA, 100 EMA, and then it has to close below them to remain a mega bearish. And ideally, close below this 38.2%. If that were to happen, that'd be a perfect retest of the silver cross. It'd make a nice shooting star candle, and then we can dump it once again at $250. But very likely that's what's probably going to happen. Somewhere around the top of this 9 EMA, retest this 100, which has also been significant support, and then close below the 38.2%, and then we can dump it. Weekly is also trying to flip back up, although it's still below the moving average while volatility starts to reset. The jewel is currently lost its sell signal. We want to see a same place retest us at that $309, $310 zone and then close below about 303. That'd be very bearish. 5 days also flipping to the downside, very close to breaking into the bearish control zone, while volatility is now expanding from 0%. And we have a nice gap right here, which it's right around that same $306 to $309 area. Getting a move up there would just be a fill of that gap. 2 days also flipping back to the downside with volatility expanding. That $309, $310 area would just be a retest of the underside of the 38.2%. Daily is also giving you a silver cross to the downside with momentum starting to pick back up with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And you're now getting a pretty cool, very close to getting a very nice sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. Very likely just going to get another retest of the silver cross, same area, 308 to 310. Well, it gives you a retest of the median, gives you a nice gap fill, and likely dumps it from there. 4 hours also flipping back up on momentum with volatility contracting, giving you the same target area of that top 38.2% and the silver cross retest right around 308, 307 to 310. Check RSI. All current news. Quarterly's got many drives of bearish divergence. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of bearish divergence currently, and we are already in the bearish control zone. Right now, the next target would be the critical zone, which is going to be with a loss of our current wick lows at about 200 or closure below about $273. If you want to be aggressive, you could use a closure below $291. And that will give you a target of, well, right now says possible. Interesting. Monthly's also got bearish divergence. It will be invalidated if you can close above about $325.71. Your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 212. Nothing there. Nothing there. 5 days got hidden bearish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing below about $321.77. And your next target is going to be the simple moving average at about 270. And then the critical zone, which currently sits at about 170. This will update.
Nothing. Nothing. Oh, interesting. No drives, no divergence on the lower time frames. What is fueling the move up? That makes it even more bearish if there's no bullish divergence in the lower time frames. 3 hours now about to confirm another drive of bearish divergence in 7 or 8 minutes, with a close below about $300.37. That will give you a target of that simple moving average right around 270. So it does seem like 270 is coming sooner rather than later. For the momentum. Accenture. It is currently freshly flipping to the downside on the quarterly, with volatility fully reset now at extreme lows, projecting the bullish control zone, and it is flipped down below about $350. That is very interesting to see that. Now it makes it significantly more likely that volatility is going to expand to the downside. Confirmation is going to be a loss of your 21 EMA. That'll give you a pretty fast dump to somewhere around below $200. Probably 170 for that divergence target, actually. Monthly is also flipped to the downside with a derp of death, and you are flipped down below 383. And you're sitting right at that 55 EMA where you were at your extremity low on the last time. At this time around, you're probably going to lose that 55 EMA and come down to the 100, that 260, 270 area, same target as before. 2 week is currently flipped to the upside, goes along with the short-term move up. It's going to be flipped up above as long as you're closing over 288.78, and it's going to be flipped up with that silver cross to the downside, just giving you a nice retest of that 100 and that 9 EMA at about 309, 310. Weekly is also flipped to the upside, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 289.91. 5 days also flipped to the upside. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 293.56, and volatility is now almost fully contracted. 2 days currently flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 308.87. So it makes a lot of sense to come up and tap this area, get your nice bearish retest, and maintain momentum to the downside. Daily is currently flipped up. Volatility is almost at extremes, but also daily also has a silver cross, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 282.73. And 4 hours also flipped up, with volatility now going into a contraction phase, and 4 hour also having a silver cross down, and it's going to be flipped up above $283.83. So the high time frames are now starting to shift quite bearish on this thing. The momentum is flipping down on the quarterly, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is now fully reset, almost about to lose major EMAs on your high time frames, like your quarterly 21 EMA, your monthly 55 EMA. All of your high time frame momentum is flipped down. On the low time frames, you're getting momentum flipping to the upside, going along with a little bearish retest. Your silver crosses to the downside, getting retested somewhere around that $308 to $310 area. High probability that is going to be a rejection. It's also a gap fill, and then very high probability you're going to end up going down from there. Your first target is somewhere around 200 to about $215. Very high probability you get a bounce in that zone, and then your next area is somewhere around your bearish divergence target, which is about $170. The invalidation of all of this is going to be to either get a tick above about, we want to use, if you want to be very conservative, you would use about $417.37, or a close above about $398.35. If you want to be aggressive, you would use a close above about $325.71, or a tick above $398.35. Either way, I do think this is going to resolve to the downside. That's just my opinion, which isn't really worth anything. But what you would be looking for in the low time frames is a move up to about 305 to 310, and then a rejection, and then a move down to somewhere around low 200s. If it holds that area, that's great. We can put in a higher low and continue back up. If it doesn't hold that area,
gonna break below 200, somewhere around 170.
It seems very fucky on the way down, though.
Yeah.
Like that's a low, this is a lower low, and this is a lower low already. Like by a little bit, even though it made
How
a
much
higher high.
how much did it bounce percentage wise?
From where? From here
From here?
or
Yeah,
from here?
from the left one.
Last low? 1 second.
Yeah. Not from the one before that.
Well, now it's 9%.
Yeah, from that one to the high.
18%. So half basically
Jeez.
right now.
They're like to
18
put in some
and
wild
8%.
bearish retests.
Yeah. It seems like like what you're saying, really. The retest to the EMA 9 on the weekly could be it, and then fuck it. Although this 5, it's kind of holding it down.
Yeah.
Well, thank you,
Might get
senor.
a
Yeah.
quick rejection of that 5, and then make it look like it's breaking down, and then put in like a god candle to the 9, reject that, and then the real move starts. That would be
Yeah.
the more fucky thing to do.
What a piece of shit this is. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Ok, vamos a ver ACN. No tengo ni puta. Ah, Accenture. Ok. Tecnología, información. Ok, Accenture ha tenido una gran trepada. Lo vieron acá, octubre del 2021, hizo su alto más alto. Desde entonces ya no volvió a ser un alto más alto. Esto es interesante. Accenture por ahora está cotizando después de su alto histórico en los 417.37, está cotizando en 297, un buen movimiento para abajo. En este momento, trimestralmente hablando, tenemos un setup de volatilidad calentándose. Les voy a poner acá donde estaría la línea. Esta línea debería de ser plana. Estamos abajo de ella. Una vez que veamos volatilidad expandir y sobre todo el promedio bajar y estar por encima de, vamos a ver para dónde va, pero momentum está apuntando para abajo. Eso quiere decir que podría acompañar el movimiento una explosión a la baja, damas y caballeros. Otra cosa que vale la pena decir es, toda esta tabla, estuvimos abajo del 9 acá, que fue como el mercado bajista que tuvo en el 2022 y llegó hasta los 242. Lo retomamos, hemos estado por encima de hasta esta y ahora tienes el siguiente rechazo justo en el 327 y cayendo. Tu promedio del 21 es lo que nos está deteniendo acá en los 290. De perder la zona de los 290, vamos a ir a 255 como mínimo y ahí tenemos que ver si nos vamos a llevar estos mínimos. ¿Por qué? Definitivamente estamos en una tendencia bajista. Lo pueden ver acá. Más claro que el agua, no se puede. ¿Saben qué? Debería poner un canal. Déjame ver si me revela algo rápidamente. Ok. Pues estamos por la parte baja del canal y podría continuar este canal. Si llegamos a la parte baja, estás haciendo altos más bajos y esto no es como cripto que está consolidando así nada más para hacerle a la mamada y sacar a todo el mundo. Esto es una acción. Así que bajista en esta temporalidad. Vamos a ver con el HPDR. Sí, y puede haber continuación definitivamente hasta el 95%. En realidad ha bajado hasta el 97% solamente de verlo rápido en la trimestral y eso fue en el 2020. 2022 fue el 95%, así que eso serían 250, sería nuestro siguiente objetivo y ahí es donde tendríamos que lidiar con los problemas que traería ese tipo de movimiento. Déjenme rápidamente, saco esto, vámonos a la mensual. Mensual lo pueden ver aún mejor. Tenemos la tradicional M de McDonald's en este doble ciclo. Al llevarnos estos mínimos que ya nos lo llevamos, estamos oficialmente en una tendencia bajista y nuestro siguiente objetivo sería llevarnos estos mínimos en los 247. Esta es una de las tablas más fáciles que he visto en mi vida. Oigan, qué bueno que me mandan estas cosas. No necesito todavía poner nada ahí, pero bueno. Y acá obviamente la media es justamente donde estamos. Por cierto, estamos en este rango justamente entre 243 a los 362. Si llegamos a romper esto a la baja, en los 243, tu siguiente objetivo deberían de ser por ahí donde está el SMA 200. Pero todavía no nos vamos a meter en problemas, damas y caballeros. Ya lo vimos con el HPDR en esto. Sí, es lo que estábamos diciendo. Estamos aquí abajo. el 95 hasta el 97%, bastante realista el movimiento en la mensual. 2 semanas.
8 de la mañana.
Trump, Putin, Trump. Ok. En la de 2 semanas tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja fresco. Fresco como el pana. Aquí lo pueden ver, donde el promedio del 21 cae por debajo del 55. Este es un cruce plateado. ¿Qué nos dicen los cruces plateados de ley? Retesteo al promedio del 9 es la oportunidad para hacerle o corto o largo, dependiendo si es alcista o bajista la tendencia. Además, importante acá en esta temporalidad, el promedio del 100 te ha aguantado todo esto. Este es el 2022, te aguantó el promedio del 100, ¿ok? Esto lo estás perdiendo. No nada más lo perdiste, veniste, hiciste un SFP y ahora lo venías a retestear. Yo creo que el retesteo del promedio del 100 es lo que nos va a llevar a la caída, a la última. Que esto llegue por acá, ¡pum! Y pito, padre. Vámonos acá a ver si nos aguanta el promedio de los 200. Eso debería de aguantarnos. Si no nos aguanta, esta cosa está cocinada a un nivel muy, muy grande. Por ahora yo esperaría el retesteo en la de 2 semanas del 100, que esté en los 307. Ahora, esto agrega un poco de confluencia a lo que estamos diciendo. Cruce plateado, oportunidades, el retesteo del 9. Veniste, habías caído, retomaste el 9, pero esto resulta ser un SFP gigantesco y ahora vas para abajo. ¿Qué pasa después de que lo rompes a la baja? Una zona crítica, lo vienes a retestear. Y el retesteo también está en los 307, como el EMA 100 en la de 2 semanas. Ufas. La confluencia de este gráfico es brutal. Uno de los más fáciles que he leído. Vieron que abrí la tabla y le dije instantáneamente débil. Y no es que sea una verga tradeando, lo saben ustedes. Es nada más bastante fácil después de estar con estos tíos un rato. El rechazo también es la parte alta, la parte baja de la zona azul por ahora. Y sí, lo que tendría sentido es que el precio se meta a la zona azul, tenga el rechazo, todo el mundo crea que ya chingó y bolas, güey. Venga a esta zona. Ok. Vale. Diaria volatilidad expandiendo. Esta volatilidad expandiendo nos llevó de acá abajo en los 274 a los 299. Buen movimiento, nada mal. Y ahora vamos en camino a la parte alta de a la parte baja de la zona azul que está justamente en los $308. Ok. Sin más ni más. Lo voy a poner en la semanal. La de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas es mi vista favorita. 2 semanas es mi vista favorita en esta tabla. Tenemos nuestro cruce plateado fresco. Tenemos todos nuestros promedios jodidos de arriba para abajo. Gracias. Y ahora lo que estamos viviendo es una ruptura del SMA 200, del EMA 100. Retesteo muy probablemente esta zona y ahí vayamos a caer. Si no nos aguanta este SMA 200 y continuamos cayendo y nos llevamos esto, vas como por los 180. 210 sería el siguiente objetivo. Así fácil. Y este acá en los... No, este está muy abajo. Pero sí, es lo que es. Es lo que es. Bajista de a madre. No hay más. What's next, Alex? What do you got? Remove Rivian. Yes.
Yes, Rivian. Nice.
We've abandoned it. It's just moving sideways, this fucking thing, right?
Yeah, essentially.
What a piece of shit.
I mean, you were pretty dead on with the temporality of it, though, right? I mean, the bounce up, and then I don't know personally the temporality aspect of it, what you were saying, but you were gauging a move up, resistance hit, and then possibly a smack down again.
You get the smack down, and now you're supposed to have like the final move of the summer. So whether it's July or August should be the next move up and then down, if it behaves as always.
Well, it actually is kind of lined up for that, because what we have now is that monthly 9 reclaim. And, you know, each month I'll always say this when it does reclaim. And the difference now on this one is, you know, you're not just reclaiming it for 1 month and it's getting lost. That's chop. 1 month and it's getting lost. We're actually holding it now. And so going into this monthly close, you're going to want to really watch this carefully. The monthly EMA 9 is a big spot for Rivian. I want to keep seeing this get defended, and then on top of that, hold $13.71. You have to think of it as just a range, right? 13.71 support, 15.25 resistance. Could just be within the range, but this is important to just keep holding, because last month we bounced off the 9 and got back within this range, and this was rejecting us for a while. So we want to keep seeing this monthly actually hold. In my opinion, there's no reason why Rivian should go back to this wick low, because we already got, in theory, the monthly EMA 9 bounce. So now what we can do is dissect this on smaller time frames. And what we have potentially is, this is very close to silver crossing to the upside. You already have the 9 crossing the 21, and you see that the 21 is just, right under the 55. So in order for this to actually cross, you would in theory need this to start moving up. Now, for me on the weekly, it kind of ties in nicely with the range scenario that I mentioned, which is, as long as 1371 is going to either reject or hold. On last month, it got reclaimed. So the monthly is closing in 5 days. You're going to need to see this weekly actually reclaim the 9. Because what you could have is potentially, a loss of support, and now it's rejecting, giving essentially bears the upper hand into July if we end up, let's say, deviating that on the monthly. Because what we don't want is this 9 to hold. We lose support, because then that could just play into maybe we're going to retest the 9 again. Not getting much on that, which would be fine if we did test the 9 again, but how much percentage move would that be? It's like 3.27%. And at that point, if we're going to test this, monthly 9, you kind of need this low to hold, potentially form into a higher low before going up. Because in my opinion, and we talked about this, the monthly trend has shifted. We were putting in bullish structure here. The issue was we just had consistent lower highs. It really wasn't until you broke this last wick high, we went down, we price divergence, broke the last potential lower high on the monthly, where this now is potentially in the brewings of an uptrend. Where this will really confirm that is you're taking out last month's high. Got to take last month's high out, and holding 1371 on this monthly close will be a really good start for maybe into July, getting a move back up to the 21. Because how I'm viewing it, you're either going to hold 1370, bounce off the 9, and then you're going to start moving up towards 1535 around the EMA 21 at $16, or you're going to lose 1371, and then you're going to play the monthly 9 again. Already hit that a few times. If you take this low out, it could put it at risk of breaking down. And that's why it's all going to really be dependent on this weekly close. Because with what we know on that weekly 9, there's no point to be aggressive, if you're rejecting a weekly 9, right? So in theory, if we're going to, move up into July, you kind of need this weekly 9 to hold, bounce off the 21, reclaims the 9, consolidation before moving up to 1530. Would look really good. Will be dependent in 2 days on that weekly close. Similar point of view on the 5-day. Just needs to bounce off to 21. You don't want to really lose the zone. The monthly is closing in 5 days, so within the next monthly close, you're gonna need to start seeing all these start really getting bought up. Specifically holding 1370 and reclaiming the 9, because it makes it harder if Rivian's under the weekly 9, 5-day 9. But it's holding the monthly 9. It just brews that scenario where you're going to just retest the monthly 9 into July, and then it's going to be does bulls hold it, or do we break down from that point? And viewing the daily, you're kind of at that extremity low. You're going to have this daily EMA 100 keep moving up. You can see here that bulls are trying to hold that 1370, but on the lower time frames they are failing. You notice here that the 34 is really closely to the 21. Again, just kind of solidifying resistance per the moving averages. And you also see that the EMA 9 on the daily has lined up really nicely with the meme line right at 1377. So you can kind of see how the charts are all lined up. You have the weekly 9 right around here. You have the daily 9. You have all the big moving averages like the 34, 21 kind of scrunching up. They're not really expanded, meaning that, once you really if bulls really wanted to, they could break out retest, get that weekly close, 5-day close, and then move up. But again, it's just going to be really dependent on taking out this last high here at 1480, because bears are going to be looking at this as in the itchings of a breakdown. If we look at this today's wick high, you're noticing that you're just unable to really break the last wicks, which is always a concern when you're at the 34. That's just showing the weakness there. But whenever you can get back above the 34 on a daily, visually you often just can see the shift. You're holding a support that was rejecting down, and often then that's lining up with a nice back test of flipping the wick high resistance into support. So for me now, you're just kind of waiting on the weekly. No need to overcomplicate it. The weekly will either start rejecting and make its move down to the 34, or you're going to start moving up, reclaiming the weekly EMA9. Even if it just ever so slightly reclaims it, should be good for me to then see them move into July, getting us to around that 1525, 1530, which again, we'll just play into maybe the monthly is going to test the 21 again. The monthly 21 was a big spot. When we were there, right around this region, we were talking about that. Never has Rivian ever flirted with the monthly 21. So whenever you get like a moving average on a monthly that's newly populated, you don't have a lot of data with it at all that shows kind of reactions. It's always good to just be cautious. Generally, with like what we know on a 21 plus on a monthly, in theory, it should be resistance and or strong. It should at least give you some reversion move, essentially, where this one just kind of rejected us. But the hopium is at 1370 did hold. And the 2-month here, yikes. Yeah, that's actually really bad. So the 2-month is actually looking terrible. And that's just based on the candle that it's potentially going to produce here. Bears are wanting this 1371 to break, leading to that daily breakdown, leading to a bad weekly close, leading to then this 2-month closing into like an evening star. If this can close into like evening star posturing, this will then actually not really look that good. You have a 2-month EMA9 rejection. You basically took out the lows here of the 2-month. So it looks like maybe a liquidity grab hitting the top of the channel. If you lose 1370, it's like you easily contest $12.30. At that point, you're kind of towards the end of this. Very well, then could see that breakdown. But, and really, how we started this analysis, Alejandro, was, yeah, it's a range, and I see that now. It's just a range, really. You're really just watching 1371. And, like, if that can break and, like, you can start getting those higher time frame, like, that will look okay. And then, the 2-month isn't evening star, obviously, because, it's getting more bought up. The 2-month, though, was looking and is looking really bad, because whenever you have just a wick high rejection, and a candle that looks like this, it to me just looks really heavy. Like this can just fill out. And in 5 days, it tells me that, bears are going to try to be aggressive to do that. And so really be mindful of 1371. Watch your 2-month, watch your 3-month, because you can just see on the higher time frames this resistance. I know on like the daily, it's more chop. But again, if I go to like the quarterly, it's like, yeah, if it can get back above here, great. That's like a good sign. But if it just ends up rejecting, it's like, oh, okay, like nothing's really actually changed. You just did this stupid wick high moves that Rivian loves to do, and then closes really with no change. So yeah, 6-month, I guess that's closing too. Right, and it's like you had that breakdown, and you've just been holding under it. This is 6 months, so a year. So right here, this is going to be very important to see if we can actually get back above that 1371. And in all realness, so I'd just be waiting on that if you're not positioned. Watch the weekly 9. That'll be the trigger to move up if you reclaim this weekly 9. But until then, this is at resistance. This has no chance of rejecting. And Bear's objective now is simply to just take out the daily EMA 100. If you're under the 34, that puts it at risk of testing the EMA 100. If you lose the EMA 100, yeah, it's going to give you confluence of that $12.60 move, $12.50 move, which will just be simply the SMA 200. That ideally should hold. If it doesn't, while we're basically at this point on the chart, yeah, it's going to be at a risk of breaking down fully. And often with Rivian, you get those really big moves down when you do lose the SMA 200. On your own chart, you can just see the reactions. It's pretty aggressive down. That was the last occurrence. Here you had an SFP play, still led you down. And then more brutal was right here. I remember we caught this short, boom, boom, boom. But I remember my bias was always bearish on this channel because you were under the SMA 200 with a volatility setup. It's just nice. And then here as well, just straight to business. So the point being is that like it's all lining up. The SMA 200's lined up pretty nicely with like the extremity low here. So if like you make your move down and lose that, yeah, I'm not really going to be like convinced it's going to bounce again like what we've seen. Rather so, you're probably going to start seeing daily volatility expand, and that has a risk of expanding monthly because monthly is at the lowest point ever in this chart. Which is interesting because if it's been sold down this much, we've been moving down this much, you would think like volatility was insane over here. But per this chart, we actually haven't seen anything from like what's actually coming. Now, two scenarios is either could just keep contracting for the next few years, maybe a year or two, gives you an actual setup. Maybe that's when like we can actually make a move up to like that 34, maybe. Or like, yeah, this just like breaks the moving average because what you're noticing is it's coming pretty close to it, breaks back above the moving average. That'll just be a big sign. Monthly BBWP, we've seen the last occurrence here when it broke above the moving average. Wasn't a setup, and I'll say that, but still important to see. And that's really what moved us aggressively down here. You know, and then let me see, fell back under it here. No, my apologies. So we actually, when we broke above here, it was in this moment. So right here. So then we bottomed, and then this is when we got that like mean reversion bounce. And then it fell back under the moving average. And I know this doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm pretty sure these are over 20% moves.
60,
yeah.
Almost.
Insane. Yeah. Insane moves. Yeah, that's insane. Fell back under the moving average. And then from this point, you've just been in this range, chopping. And that's why I really want to be gauging the moving average here, because this is like, if you're really like a Rivian person and you really want to try to catch that major move, you should just be waiting for this kind of confirmation. Because had you waited last time, like you would have been able to catch this pretty easily, actually. It's like, okay, this just is back above the moving average, a little more down, and then like support really took hold. Maybe you didn't catch this first green candle. But then you would have seen, okay, well, we're back above these wicks, almost engulfed. I should be looking at $10 as support, and then boom, you just went straight to business. So the point being is that Rivian is brewing a major move across the board. We've been talking about this for many months. The monthly BBWP will keep resetting. But, you know, as this gets closer to the moving average, it's telling me that this is we're going to get something soon, or this will just really keep going down. But I'm more in the camp that we're going to start seeing this break up soon. And that's just solely only based on this meme channel. In theory, if this is going to be right, like if I deleted all these, right? We just looked at this. We're kind of towards the end of it now. So like July.
There's still more room to
August.
Seems like September of 2025 in mine.
Yeah, it's like September. Yeah, September, October. In theory, so it's like, you know, June, July, August, September, October. So like in quotations, we're close. But
by the way,
we are
that temporality, when we're talking about September, October, that's the moves up towards the end of the year. And then normally after December, and now I'm just thinking, I'm just remembering, that's when you get the move down, but I don't think we're going to get the move down this time around. So let's see. Is it right?
Yeah, and saying? So then, so November, then December, case, you'll be able to know pretty easily. Like, this is not looking the worst. You just took out that high, so like now we know. Okay, well these lows have to hold. Monthly 9 needs to keep holding, but it's not the worst point of view here on the monthly, and that's why for me, if you're just gauging this Jesus Toast channel here. It's like, yeah, you want this to keep bouncing you, holding you up. The monthly 9 should just theoretically move you to the 21. If you break this though, for the monthly, you'll just get an easy move up to the 34. Same thing. It's like probably will reject the first tap. Then you'll have to see how big of a rejection. Does it take out the structure? Anything like that. But you very well could see that like break out and, you know, and then monthly volatility expands. So, you know, in summary, Rivian's looking to me, just get my lines back up on, go here to the daily. Rivian's still looking okay. We know, we know like what to trade, and we know charts are bullish when it's above the SMA 200. We know charts are bullish when it's holding the EMA 100. Is it very close to not being bullish? Of course. And that's why I'm really saying pay attention to the weekly, because this weekly 9, in my opinion, will be like an easy trade. It's like you're going to reclaim this SFP play back above $15, and it this very well could get reclaimed. If 15.20 gets reclaimed, my next target's 17. It's like 17.60. And I'll just finish off with the big zone for Rivian will always be $19. $19 is a major zone for me on Rivian. This is a very big zone. This gets reclaimed at all, yeah, you'll be back within a major range where the next support is $27. This range alone was insane, 40%. So until then, it's just lots of chop here, lots of chop, forming, contracting volatility, trying to form bullish structure. So yeah, watch the weekly. That's like your easy trade for Rivian.
Very, very nice, senor. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And afterwards, we're doing Coinbase, the base of the coins, and then Tesla.
Nice.
Okay.
I should do Coinbase, my bad.
You'll do the base of the coins?
Indeed. I'll do Prime.
Perfecto.
Not that way, though.
Sure. Ok, estamos viendo Rivian, damas y caballeros, en la trimestral. Podemos ver esta gran vela cuando abrió y se fue hasta los 180, 179.47, que es aquí arriba. Y desde entonces ha caído un 10X hasta los 13.72. Pueden ver que estamos en este delicioso rango en la trimestral de cierres. Y ahora, este podría ser el cierre más grande de toda la historia en simplemente 5 meses, en 5 días y 4 horas. Déjenme hacerle al mamón, que no tiene nada de datos esta tabla, pero déjenme ver esto. Ok. En la de 6 meses, $20 con el 5.18. Ok, entendido. Irrelevante, honestamente, ver esto de esta forma. La mensual es donde yo empezaría mi análisis, como debería de. Venimos aquí, justamente pueden ver este triangulito delicioso. Este triangulito debería acabar por ahí de septiembre, ¿ok? Septiembre, octubre del 2025. Y de ahí toca los movimientos agresivos que vayan a venir. Ahora, puede que estemos rompiendo en este momento. Existe la posibilidad de que volvamos a caer. Siempre y cuando aguantemos nuestro promedio del 9, vamos a continuar siendo alcistas en Rivian, en cierre mensual. Faltan 5 días y 4 horas para este cierre. Estamos cerrando. Esta vela tuvo un rechazo el 21, pero la buena noticia de eso es la primera vez que vemos al 21 ser testeado. Eso quiere decir que vamos a tener más impulsos a testearlo y tal vez no solo de retestearlo, sino hacer SFPs. Eso sería bastante bueno porque nos pondría ya aquí arriba, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo? Voy a voltearme tantito para acá y quiero que vean esto. Marzo, julio, agosto, octubre, noviembre. Para diciembre es cuando vienen los movimientos fuertes. En octubre tienes los movimientos para abajo fuertes. Y también en enero. Es dependiendo de cuándo estés viendo las tablas. Aquí estás. Hasta octubre, noviembre, diciembre en Rivian. Ahora, con esto dicho, definitivamente estamos creando bajos más altos. Eso es bastante alcista en mi punto de vista. En la mensual tenemos también, en la mensual también tenemos nuestra volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo de la tabla. En cualquier momento se puede voltear y dar esto para arriba o podría llegar al 14, debajo del 15%. También se puede dar. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa primero. Pero aquí mantengamos un ojo porque al llegar a este punto deberíamos tener una respuesta si vamos a romper a la alza o a la baja. Personalmente creo que va a ser a la alza. De nuevo, yo qué sé. 2 semanas. 8 de la mañana, en la de 2 semanas, tenemos la volatilidad más baja de toda la historia. Estamos ya haciendo un setup de volatilidad oficial de el más potente de toda la historia en esta tabla. En esta temporalidad pueden ver que estamos por encima del 9, encima del 21, y normalmente no aguantamos nunca tanto por encima de estos. Vamos a ver si nos pueden aguantar justamente donde está esta línea meme. Por acá entre los 13, 16 es lo que nos gustaría ver poder aguantar. Y si queremos consolidar y ser muy alcistas, por encima de los 14, 24, que es el promedio del 34 de la de 2 semanas, sería absolutamente brutal. Ahora, ¿qué tan posible es esto que sea a la alza o a la baja? Estamos cayendo de la parte de arriba a la parte de la zona azul. La zona azul de no aguantar justamente nuestro promedio del 9 nos debería de poner un objetivo justamente acá en los 11.09. De caer a esa zona no está todo perdido, ¿eh? Esto simplemente nos daría un movimiento así. De caer de vuelta acá, estás aquí rebotando. Esto continúa y es lo que yo esperaría después de que esto se dé. Yo creo que esto podría jugar así y acá abajo y después acá es donde nos va a dar ese movimiento al alza. Obviamente ese es mi bias simplemente por pensar en cómo funciona la temporalidad en esta tabla, la de Tesla, y también sabiendo que Rivian va a ser el único otro competidor real de Tesla en Estados Unidos que pueda hacer lo mismo. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque Rivian se está enfocando en lo mismito que Tesla, que tiene todo el sentido del mundo. Me han dado muchos mensajes ustedes, ahora que Nick estuvo subiendo la foto de todos los sensores de LiDAR que tiene el Waymo comparado con el Tesla y lo que cuesta, ¿no? De 200,000 contra $37,000. Es una locura la diferencia. Rivian es el único que está también del lado de Tesla haciendo esto y creo que le van a poner un LiDAR, no estoy completamente seguro, pero la respuesta es visión. Nosotros los seres humanos manejamos con visión. Es lo que usamos, es lo que nos debería y nos permite ver todo alrededor de nosotros y para adelante. No, en mi opinión, es por eso que tanto me gustaba la idea de Tesla. No tienes por qué agregar más datos a eso. Por ahora, una vez que tengas todo en piloto automático, puedes empezar a agregar cosas más complejas para hacerlo más tranquilo. Pero por ahora, esa es mi opinión en la solución, en algo que no estoy totalmente educado, pero he visto todo lo que existe y en mi punto personal de vista esto es lo que va a pegar. Por lo que perder el promedio del 9 acá en los 13.16 y que nos lleve a los 11, pero tenemos que aguantar. Si nos cargamos estos mínimos, tíos, podemos olvidarnos de lo que estamos diciendo y podríamos venir a los 10 o hasta los 8.42 y si venimos a los 8, probablemente un nuevo mínimo. Semanal, pueden ver que nuestro promedio 9 ya está por arriba. Vamos a probablemente venir a retestearlo en los 14.30. Vamos a darnos una idea de esto. Denme un segundo. Ok, efectivamente. Vendríamos a retestar esta zona hasta los, digamos, 12.96, que es donde está la media, en un golpecillo y después de ahí explotar a la alza. Pero tenemos que poder romper los 14.30 para arriba. Volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio. Ahora, en la diaria, volatilidad está preparando un setup mamalón. ¿Cómo sé que es un setup mamalón? Porque está debajo de la línea de 15% y esperemos que nos dé un setup potente. Ahora, viéndolo así, que tengo aquí abajo también, tengo mis 12.50 con el S&P 200 y mi EMA 100 en los 13 a 13.23. Personalmente creo que rompiendo los $14, empezando a cerrar por arriba de 14.30, va a ser lo que nos diga que vamos para arriba. Por acá, perder la zona de los 13.30 sería mi primer aviso aquí justamente en la diaria, el promedio del 100, y eso te debería llevar básicamente a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 12.47, que se pueden traducir básicamente al 61.8% en los 11.70 o al 78.6% justamente a los 11.23. Ahí les va. Por temporalidad y por lo que estoy viendo y que estamos rompiendo esto y lo estamos usando de apoyo, lo que yo esperaría y el movimiento más alcista sería esto para arriba. ¿Ok? Ese sería el movimiento más alcista de aquí a julio, agosto, y en julio, agosto verlo de nuevo caer, hacer esto y vámonos ya por fin al cielo. después de hacer todo eso. Eso es lo que yo esperaría en el mejor escenario. El escenario medio alcista sería caer a esta zona de los 12 más o menos y de aquí despegar a la alza. El escenario menos probable en este momento, en mi opinión, es venir acá para después dar ese gran rebote simplemente por lo que ha hecho la tabla todos los demás tiempos. ¿Cómo sé? Y es básicamente esto. Aguantas este mínimo, vas para arriba, tío. Te llevas este mínimo, primer objetivo 12.50, segundo objetivo 12 y tercer objetivo los 11.20. Romper 11.20, esto vas para abajo. Entonces, ¿quieres entrar en Rivian ahorita y meterle? No estás tan perdido, por cierto. Ve, si quieres hacer un long, no, quieres comprar acciones. Tienes aquí un 3.76%. Espérate a que baje un poco más. Entras por acá para que tengas pérdida mínima. Y si ves que esto baja porque lo está haciendo a corto plazo, te llevas este mínimo, dices gracias y sueltas la posición y tienes, bueno, es el costo de jugar al casino. Pero de llevártelo para arriba, los porcentajes son buenos, güey. Ve, imagínate que lo agarres acá, 11%, 22% y a la línea roja casi un 40%. Entonces, ahí lo tienes con un trade bastante sencillo por ahora en Rivian. All righty, let's do the coin basis. Oh, no, yeah, you're doing the bull, Brian.
Yes, sir. Let me switch my screen. Start with the monthly. Monthly right now is looking quite explosive. And I remember back when it was trading in the twos and we had a target of $400 and it seemed a little crazy. It doesn't seem too crazy now. This monthly candle is up from open to wick high of around 49%. Pretty crazy for a stock.
Damn.
And it's also very interesting to see Coinbase do a massive busting action, because usually whenever Coinbase does a massive busting action, Bitcoin is not far behind. If we notice, whenever we had this move right over here, right around November of 2021, it's basically exactly whenever Bitcoin broke out. We have this move in November of 2023, basically also right whenever Bitcoin broke out. It's all within like a week or a couple of days within each other. We have whenever Coinbase made its bottom right around December of 2022, slightly after Bitcoin. Whenever we broke the first major lower high, that was in around July. Same thing as Bitcoin. We had this slight sideways move, basically the same exact thing. And now Coinbase is breaking out. It's significantly above the median at $316. The last time we had a fresh close over the median was right over here in November of 2024, and we went all the way up to the 50% on the HPDR range. We actually went slightly above the 50%. Right on the 50% on Coinbase is sitting at about $425, $423 to be exact. Pretty high. That is how much higher than where we are now? Still another 20% to go from where we are right now. While momentum is very close to getting into the bullish control zone, and volatility is now right at that the reset place of the moving average. What we would need to see is a close over our previous all-time highs at around $349.25. And very, very likely this momentum will break into the bullish control zone and volatility will stay continue in an expanding posture. And this jewel is going to switch over into a buy signal, which already does seem like it's going to switch into a buy signal this next month we open. 2 week is now sitting at extremes on momentum and volatility, sitting at 98%. And on the HPDR tapping the 97.5%. So as long as we are below that $369 area, very, very nice number, odds are more likely than not that we are going to get a pullback from here. And that pullback can take us anywhere between like this candle's close around $307, like $308 towards this 9 EMA at around about $269. Anywhere between there is going to be fair game. The one thing you don't want to do is when you're tapping the 97.5% is to long right here. That's quite stupid.
Weekly is now flipped to the upside, but getting quite extreme, getting to the 80, 85, 86% on both momentum and volatility. The jewel is very close to giving you a pink crossing above the yellow, but has not quite happened yet. And same idea as the 2 week, we're tapping extremely high areas, and as long as we are below 369, odds are more likely than not of getting a pullback. 5 days also getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR, momentum, and volatility. Same ideas with the weekly, very close to that jewel buy signal, but more likely than not to get a pullback from here. 2 days already starting the pullback, momentum and volatility are at about 89%, 90%. We're getting a fresh jewel buy signal, and the jewel's putting in hidden bullish divergence. But our first target is tapping somewhere around that $300-ish area. Just maybe if we lose $300 on a daily, I'd even use a 4-hour closing basis, then we're likely to come down to somewhere around 270. Daily is also getting to very extreme areas, putting a nice top candle around that 97.5%. What's going to be and momentum and volatility are very extremes. Now we're getting the pink just about to cross over what actually is crossing the yellow. It's like touching tips right now. On this daily close, very certainly it is going to cross. That's going to give you a nice little buy signal, but it's happening very high up, so it's not as powerful as if it would happen in the bearish control zone. And if we close below this 97.5% at about $347.19, very likely we're going to get that move down to $300. 4 hours already started to shift down on momentum and volatility. We've gotten the buy signal on the jewel in the 4 hour, but very likely we're going to come down to somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then send it up. And that would be anywhere between 300 to possibly like $280-ish, $270. I'm thinking somewhere between 300. We're probably going to get the bounce. Like probably it's 300 to like 290s. First side. Monthly is now invalidating the bearish divergence and invalidated on this close here. What the hell? Why is my phone doing the epilepsy flash? It was literally just flashing white. Trying to give me a seizure.
What was flashing white?
My phone was just flashing white like it was trying to give me a seizure.
Well, just a little one.
I've had a seizure before. It's not fun, although I don't remember it. I woke up to Alex freaking the fuck out, and he had called an ambulance.
Oh, wow, yeah. And that came out of nowhere?
Yeah, I was just sitting down, and then I woke up thinking that I had taken a nap. But I had a
Damn.
seizure.
Not fun. Not
Crazy.
Fun at all.
Glad you're fine.
He thought I had died.
Yeah. Damn. I had a friend that smoked weed and started like fucking going like, and everyone started to panic. Although I know his fruity ass can't handle anything when he smokes weed. So as he started doing that, I was like, all right, guys, I'm going to go inside and just bring the rest of the barbecue out. And everyone at the party's like, what the fuck, dude? He's dying. I was like, no, he's not. I came out and they're all around them. And dude's still like, and I grabbed his head and I was like, hey, wake the fuck up. And he looked at me and just got straight.
Yeah, because I didn't know, like, you can have a seizure by freezing. Like, you can freeze, like, and just kind of, like, be, like far, and he just, like, opened his mouth as wide as he could and froze for, like, 2 minutes. It just freaked the shit out of me. I was like,
oh, yeah. And also when people do have seizures, it's wild because you never know what the body is going to do. Like, there's the people that do the... There's others that... Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
And you can bite your tongue, and that's not good. Or choke on it.
Oh, yeah.
On the 5-day, on this previous close, we have confirmed hidden bullish divergence by closing above all of our previous lower highs, confirming a local bottom. And we are very close to hitting the target of the critical zone. Critical zone is right now at about $391, right below $400, making sure that the prophecy gets fulfilled of that $400 target that we've had for several weeks now. The prophecy, it is coming true. It was written in the stars. Daily now has many drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drives of hidden bullish divergence. going to be active as long as you're closing over about $294.56. Makes it a lot more confluence that will bounce in that $300 to $290 area. And your next move is into the critical zone, which is at about 363. 4 hour, nothing. No, we'll check the next one. Monthly momentum is freshly turning to the upside with volatility expansion, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing above $303.68. And you are now confirming monthly hidden bullish divergence by dropping below all of these lows and putting in a higher low in price action. Very cool to see hidden bullish divergence on a monthly with volatility expansion from like 27%. 2 week is now also getting volatility expansion with the momentum flip to the upside. 2 week is breaking into the bullish control zone, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 203.50. Weekly is also flipped to the upside and it's with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 334.50. 5 days also flipped to the upside with volatility expansion. It's going to remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 309. 2 days also freshly to the upside with volatility expansion from 0%, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 330.32. Daily, I'm assuming it's going to flip down, and daily it's now pretty close to flipping down. However, it's still flipped up, and volatility is at 96-97%, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 328.45. I think the 4 hours is going to be the one that's down. Yeah, 4 hours down. 4 hours sitting at basically 100% volatility, very close to going into a contraction phase. And 4 hours just about, it's currently flipped down on the last candle, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 362.83. So very likely this candle is going to confirm our top candle, and we're going to get that retested somewhere around $300. The high time frames on Coinbase are extremely bullish. We're very close to closing over our previous major projective lower high, and we're flipping momentum back up to the upside with volatility expansion from very low levels, putting in hidden bullish divergences basically across the board. Only thing is on the low time frames of the 4 hour, we are flipping momentum to the downside, making it likely that we are, and putting in a very nice top candle that we're going to, making likely that we're going to test somewhere around that low $300 area. Hitting the edge of the bullish control zones, keeping our bullish divergences intact, and then very likely from there, the divergences in the higher time frame momentum is going to send us up to somewhere around that low $400 to mid $400 area. And then from there, I expect some consolidation. Then I do expect all-time highs. Invalidation of all of that is getting either a tick below about 100, since it's going to be pretty low, $142, a tick below there, or a weekly close below about $235. If you get either one of these things, then you can cross out the idea of going up to 400s. But aside from that, I do think we're sooner rather than later going to top the 400s.
We're going to top around 400s. This is the most bullish United States pattern I've ever seen in my life.
Tap the 400s. No,
tap the
not
400s.
Top. Yeah.
Oh, got it. Wow. I mean, this is my favorite consolidation. Look at this. Look at this. I think another one of these would be solid as fuck to here to the 230s. You can even drop it to the 200s and fucking scare the living shit out of everyone. But this trend line has really held down well, except, I mean, this was an SFP. But this could be like the most bullish consolidation pattern I've ever seen in my fucking life on a monthly. That's crazy. On the 2 week, it must look insane. Yep.
Yeah, it's a big spot.
Yeah, just gonna tap Brian real quick and then we can send it.
Here. This is my target on Coinbase. Save it. $728.
Wait, we're on Tesla.
Oh,
that's why I was confused.
God damn it. Here's Coinbase. I don't know when I went to fucking Tesla. I changed the time frame, and that's what he did. Wait,
yeah,
but
still,
that
looks
what I was
great.
talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, Tesla going to 720s. Maybe we can change the number a little bit, make it 747, and that confirms for you that Tesla's building an aircraft.
Well, they're building they're building drones, right? Like that's what they're getting into.
I think that's SpaceX, no?
That's what you would imagine, but they're saying Tesla should do it. I don't know why. Either way, I'm not getting into details.
SpaceX is a defense contractor.
What about this? I'm not too far off with the other target. My target
it's
for
pretty close.
Coinbase, 657. Whenever it breaks this, and hopefully it will. Pero por ahora, damas y caballeros, thank you so much. Por ahora estamos viendo Coinbase. Pueden ver lo alcista que se ve este gráfico. Es el famoso patrón de tasa agarradera y vean la agarradera. Me gustaría ver un poco más de esto acá. Esto se me haría muy fácil. Que nada más acá ya nos vamos a la luna. Esta línea meme que viene desde básicamente el 2023 ha aguantado perfecto todos estos movimientos. Sí lo pueden ver, ¿no? Y acá es lo que habíamos dicho, la oportunidad máxima va a estar justamente acá y bolas, güey. Fue la oportunidad máxima, indeed. Y ahora estamos viendo a Coinbase en la mensual, en la de 2 semanas por encima de todos sus promedios. Les voy a poner la mensual rápido. ¿Por qué la mensual? La mensual tiene el mismo patrón potente. Tienes el promedio del 9 aquí abajo. Güey, esto es uno de los patrones más alcistas que he visto, una de las gráficas más alcistas que he visto en mi vida. Vienes de la volatilidad más baja en toda la historia, por encima del promedio y expandiendo ante este velazo verde. Y es ahí donde diría, entonces, bueno, también este es un gráfico mensual, por lo que podemos tener correcciones rapidillas e irnos, pero igual y se cuela. Si esto llega a romper los 380, yo digo que eso pone mi objetivo en juego en los 657. Por ahora vamos a verlo con el HPDR, volatilidad expandiendo en esta velazo verde. Mínimo nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 402. 402 nos pone en ese territorio que les estoy diciendo. Y una vez que rompamos los 402, 50% es básicamente un dado. Si lo rompemos a la alza y de ahí el 61.8% en los 525. El 78.6% está casi alrededor de esta línea meme. Vamos a ver qué se da. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana. Estamos viendo en la de 2 semanas, básicamente también volatilidad expandir. Y fuerte. No del punto más bajo, lo que nos hace, no va a dar tanto, no va a tener tantas piernas el movimiento, pero tío, puede ir al 100% sin problemas a los 420, empezar a consolidar arriba de esta zona en los 346 y al hacer esto nos va a dar ese movimiento brutal a la alza. Estamos por encima del promedio del 5, todo lo demás está aquí abajo. El 9 está a punto de cruzar el 21 a la alza, aquí. No sé si lo pueden ver desde ahí, pero aquí está. 9 está a punto de cruzar el 21, ya cruzó el 34. Una vez que lo cruce, va a tener aún más fuerza este movimiento y nos vamos al cielo, cabrón.
Semanal, 8 de la mañana en la semana también continúa subiendo. Trump, Putin, Trump, Putin, Trump.
Expansión de volatilidad también ante estos velazos y tenemos nuestro 100% aquí arriba, 88.3% justamente donde nos rechazó. Necesitamos consolidación. Pueden ver, mientras más nos acercamos, más bajan estos y lo que queremos es ver un poco de este movimiento sin perder los 343. Si podemos aguantar esta zona sería brutal. Esto nos daría demasiada fuerza para dar el siguiente paso a la siguiente pierna del movimiento. 5 semanas. Aquí justamente estamos en el 88.3%, 100% de nuestra línea meme aquí arriba y el 95% casi con nuestro objetivo de los 380. Esto también nos incita a consolidar un poco con la misma tipo de expansión de volatilidad. Me veo la de 2 días y luego la diaria. 2 días, ya tenemos la primera vela roja, nuestro 95% está en el 380, definitivamente lo podemos ir a tocar. Tenemos que aguantar esto. Con estar por encima de 320, $300, esto va a estar muy bien para dar continuación. La mayor cantidad de fuerza alcista sería no bajar de 344. Si me quiero mamar, 320. Pero me gustaría quedarme por encima de esta línea amarilla. ¿Por qué? Porque es muy importante para el precio y ahorita se los voy a enseñar. Diaria también teníamos esa expansión de volatilidad ante esto. Estamos, el 100% es la parte alta de justamente nuestra línea meme del rango y aquí con eso, volatilidad expandiendo y llegando a extremos. De nuevo, a Coinbase le gusta estar en extremos. No creemos que sea suficiente como para hacer que se eche para atrás. Esto es lo que estamos viendo. ¿Ok? Tenemos este gran patrón. Lo que queremos ver es esto. Déjenme pongo la de 2 semanas para que sea más claro. Nunca has tenido un cierre arriba de los 344. Nunca 343. Esto fue el cierre más alto de toda la historia en los 337. De poder cerrar esto aquí, empezar a tener cierres diarios. Aquí lo que vas a estar haciendo es ocupando este canal, estableciéndolo como soporte, y esto te debería dar al siguiente nivel, si es que lo puedes aguantar. ¿Tiene algo de malo si caemos a los 300 y de ahí para arriba? No, tal vez no vaya a ser tan probable por la fuerza que lleva. Y otra cosa que pensar en Coinbase, Coinbase ya no necesita el ciclo de cripto ni tampoco a las altcoins para ser importante. Literalmente 17 trillones de liquidez de JP Morgan Chase directito, sin nada más, es suficiente para mí. Así que ahí lo tienen. Tenía la grafiquita de Rivian en vez de la de Coin y ya acabé todo el puto análisis. Excelente. All right, let's go with Tesla. Fuck me. I just realized I had... Oh, Alex, welcome back.
Yo. Having lots of internet problems, but it always gets fixed right before, like right when I get on. So that's how
Good. Excellent. Excellent timing. That's all that matters.
All that matters, exactly. So for me, Tesla's very straightforward. We're watching 327 closely. We've been watching this zone for a few days now. A little channel here had that breakout. We go to the 4 hour. We had that 4 hour long setup. It got invalidated, of course, but the whole idea is that you were just putting in some structure here. And so now it leaves the question on, are we going to actually test the SMA 200? That's now lined up perfectly with the EMA 100 on the daily, or are we just going to kind of break out from here? For me now, it's all really dependent on the daily close. We have support, and that's valid. And so far, this is just a throwback, right? Broke out, throwing it back. But for this to be really bullish, you need the daily 9 to actually hold today. Now, this is closing in 2 hours and 36 minutes. So you should be, as a bull, really gauging that zone. For me, I really just, the line in the sand will always be 327. Let me be specific, because now I'm looking at it, it's 326.50. Yeah, 326.50. That's the line in the sand. Gonna need to see that hold. If, let's say, Tesla does not hold 327, 326.50 today, that to me will open up and move down to fill, more of that gap. But most importantly, actually throw it back to the SMA 200, which has been the scenario since we actually reclaimed it here. We were talking about that price divergence. That's how we ended up closing shorts here. We ended up bouncing nicely. As soon as you reclaim that SMA 200, Tesla really bounced hard. And we've just been kind of waiting to see if we're going to get filled here. Now, as time goes on, this will keep moving up. And so now what we see is the SMA 200 is currently at $311.71. So it has moved up pretty nicely from like 306 to 307 to now 311. And that's good. You're going to want to keep seeing this move up. Because this very well could bounce from here. If we hold the 326.50 level and reclaiming or holding the daily 9, I do think 370 will open up. And this SMA 200 could easily reconnect with price. But for now, we're just kind of waiting and watching the daily close, because what you don't want to do is, front run that idea, scale longs here. The daily loses support ever so slightly. That gives you a nice breakdown move to the SMA 200 where you originally wanted to play. I think the higher quality setup's this, in my opinion. I think that just is to the book. We do get that throwback. We finally, actually retest it. But it's kind of like what we saw in Bitcoin. It doesn't need to happen immediately. In the sense that the daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin, it took a while to get tested. Once we reclaimed it here, all throughout this pump, we didn't even test it until here. But right, all this just makes everyone forget about how important the EMA 100 was. So when we do retest it, no one wants to bid it. And so same idea. We reclaimed it. Now in theory, this should hold. You have a very easy line in the sand, which is if you are above that SMA 200, EMA 100, Tesla's going to be bullish. And we should bounce from that point. My idea still stands. If we do start losing 326.50 and losing the daily 9, I do think that's going to open up a move to just swipe down the lows. actually test that SMA 200, my idea will be a spring from that point. I want to start seeing that really move up hard and really go up to that 370. At that point, you very well could just range. And the difference now in this range is we've already hit the SMA 200. So that's the objective. We then can hold the mean line. This is a pretty big range on Tesla, though. If it can, most importantly, hold today 326.50 and close above the daily 9, this range very well could be, 13%. But as long as this hasn't been tested, this is still looming a test. And so you just have to always have that in the back of your head if you're longing Tesla at this point, that, well, I'm not going to probably go too heavy on this, area here, just simply because I know we very well could swipe down, take all the lows out, and then actually test that SMA 200 before the big real bounce. That would actually be quite bullish. Because if you're longing this, you have to have your stop either here or you have to have your stop here. So I can imagine a lot of people's stops are at the bottom of, especially this, not a hammerhead, but, wick that was formed on June 10th. Take that out, you're just going to swipe down. I'm bullish on Tesla, though, as long as it's above the SMA 200. And this is just still a long idea. This zone could still very well hold. We just end up reconnecting if, let's say Tesla does start bouncing hard from this point up to 370. So that's kind of my idea. We do see the daily trend has shifted back up, looking like a higher low. I drew this just to show that. In theory, we should not take this low out, and we should just keep going up. And this is just going to be looked at as an aggressive higher low, but higher low nevertheless, similar to this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. You see how close they're getting, but they're not actually taking each other out. It's structure. That's bullish. That's why the trend is always your friend. Because I can say the SMA 200, but we have our criteria. And so we got to see the daily 9 get lost. We got to see 326.50 get lost. When all that occurs, I do think once you take out these lows, you're just going to have a big dump. That's going to be, it has to be aggressive so people get bearish. And then I think that's going to be an opportunity. I won't be surprised if Tesla bounces 5% from that. And then on the flip side, right? Maybe what if I'm wrong and we don't spring up? Well, perfectly okay. We take longs here. Maybe we close it on the daily. Fine. Let me just close that long around here. Flip short. The short right here worked really marvelously well. Went up, we went short, TP'd there, and then we bounced. So really, if you're getting anything from my analysis, is that this SMA 200's kind of the glue of your trades. You're just waiting either for the bullish retest, and you'll know that's going to occur if you start losing support at 326.50. You'll know that, we very well could just bounce from here, but with this looming, this needs to eventually get hit, or price needs to reconnect with it. So you're either then going to just long it or short it, and that's just it. And that's why I like whenever you get up to the chart, you're testing an SMA 200, the EMA 100 gets right around there. To me, that's just one of my favorite plays, because it's as long as you're not front running ideas, as long as you're not going too heavy on size, you very well could easily flip flop and catch the real move. So for me though, now we're just kind of watching the daily close. So that's really what it's going to come down to. Because this candle's not the best, but again, it's all going to come down to the daily close today to really dictate how this weekly will close. Because again, what you don't want is the daily to lose 326.50, and then that bleeds into the weekly losing support. This just turns into some terrible wick high rejection. You see, or not, the shooting star follow through, lower high question mark on the weekly. So it's that's all just tinfoil hat ideas, but whenever you have a rejection that's really unable to take out previous highs, it's always a concern for me. So 326.50 is going to be a big spot for Tesla. And the idea was on the 2-week too. Even if we had that pullback to first it was 306, 307. Now the SMA 200 is at 311. It shouldn't surprise anyone. You lost the 2-week 9, you reclaimed it, so you should just be looking for that to just hold. and that's just the opportunity. So yeah, that's kind of all I have on Tesla. It's very straightforward. Watch through 2650. Understand that losing that 21 will mean that we're most likely then going to dump. And then I just want to see the dump get stopped at the SMA 200. That ideally will be a spring. If it doesn't, right, let's say the Academy fills the longs and we lose it, great. I'm not going to long that because then my whole idea is just out the window. The whole idea is that this is going to hold. So if we lose that, my idea is out the window and that opens the short. And then, okay, maybe we reclaim it. That just tells me there's chop, and then I need to just reevaluate for one of these levels to get lost. If that makes sense, because you could reclaim it, lose it, reclaim it. That then is always an indication of chop. And what does that often brew? Well, volatility setups, because with chop, you just kind of get contraction. So then in that case, if we are chopping, I'm not going to just keep taking longs and shorts. Rather, you're just going to wait for either a breakdown or a breakout. And you know, okay, if one of these occur, you've either then bounced off the SMA 200, reclaimed it, got back with support, 370s up next. This occurs, you know, okay, cool, we actually rejected it, lost support. Next objective is like $265. So that's why this will really just be the glue of your trades. Hopefully that made sense. A lot. It's like whenever it's like super easy, I always wonder, like, you know, it's just, I say a lot. It's all basically the same stuff, but yeah.
Well, no, it's always hard to make sense talking, right? Because whenever you're talking to someone, you can see their eyes fading away in person. So just that alone makes you question yourself with everything you say. So I understand specifically with this shit. Sorry, Abu was asking, and he's always here, about Roblox. Roblox looks the same, dude. Fucking, if you get an opportunity to buy at 99, take it, and also at 94, right? It's not changing anything. So just wanted to do that for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense.
It made perfect sense. Anything else you guys like to share before you go? Bitcoin back in 107,300's territory. Not bad.
What was that top? Nvidia's at new all-time highs.
Yeah, it is. Can I also suggest one thing? Due to the Bitcoin dominance continuing to go up, I think altcoins are cooked now. I don't think altcoins are going to go up anymore. I think this is done. And I think XRP is taking the lead on this.
And that could be why it looks so bad, actually.
Yep. Yeah, because as
Bitcoin looking at it,
grows and price goes up,
total
Bitcoin will absorb. Yeah.
On the weekly.
Say that again.
Total 3, which is the crypto market cap, excluding Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stablecoins, it's at resistance, and momentum on the weekly is flipped down.
Huh.
I have a target to 693 billion next. So
damn, that'd be fucking
about the exact same level.
So a 15% haircut. You have the same level too, Farm? Yeah, Confluence. So.
Yeah, the weekly 100. That is on altcoins down about 14 to 15% on like altcoin market cap.
That's interesting.
So that'll bring specific altcoins down like 25 or 30%.
Because I just think if you have Bitcoin blowing the fuck up, absorbing all the liquidity, you really go to 130, like let's say 120. Don't even fucking put yourself in that situation. You go to 120 on Bitcoin, everyone's going to try to put their chips on that. And I think dominance of Bitcoin will continue to grow in that sense. Obviously, the ETFs will work also. And that'll just destroy the altcoin market. I think that final move of Bitcoin going up will absolutely decimate all these alts.
And the monthly on Total 3 also looks terrible. Looks like a massive
could mean everything just done. I like your analysis more, like your idea, Alejandro, because then it would just mean Bitcoin. Because my idea would mean that Bitcoin aggressively dumps so hard that people are just panicking and rushing into Bitcoin. Is on the flip side.
Yeah.
And that's also why Total 3 then looks god awful.
Like absolute crap. I try to add your screen.
Either or, up or down, boys, basically.
Perfect.
Down, basically.
Excellent. All righty, my boys. Yeah. Well, you have a good day. Enjoy your Wednesday. Good luck with the AC and the power. Is it back?
Yeah, it's back now. My girlfriend has taken the
Yeah, I think
kitties
it
back
is.
because they have to poop.
Good. All right.
Kitties
Well,
have
good
to
luck
poop.
with that. All right, my ninjas. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
everything.
boys. I'll see
Appreciate
you
you
later.
guys. Talk to
Buenas,
you soon.
buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Pero estoy viendo Solana. La razón por qué es porque ve a Solana, ve a Bitcoin, ve la dominancia de Bitcoin. Ahí les va lo que yo creo estamos a punto de ver. No sé si sea la primera vez o no, porque también no me voy a rifar de, oh, es que yo no estaba analizando los mercados antes del 2017. Ahí les va lo que creo. Si pongo el gráfico de Solana, pueden ver que tuvimos nuestro máximo acá y empezamos a caer. Bitcoin topeó antes de esto, ¿ok? Da igual. Y ahora estamos acá. Lo que yo creo vamos a ver es la primera jugada. El precio de Bitcoin va a subir. Una vez que llegue a los 120, la gente se va a emocionar. La dominancia de Bitcoin va a continuar para arriba acá. Y el hecho de que esta dominancia de Bitcoin continúe para acá, una vez que cruce ese 71%, sería una explosión loca para arriba. ¿Ok? Esto puede pasar de aquí a acá o esto puede pasar de aquí a acá. No tengo ni puta idea. Esto es especulación pura y dura. Si la dominancia de Bitcoin continúa para arriba, eso quiere decir que todo el mundo cuando vean Bitcoin en 120, con este gráfico me gusta más, que veas a Bitcoin literalmente acá. Dame un segundo. Imagínate, ponte en este escenario. Bitcoin está acá en 130, consolidando entre 120 y 130 antes del último movimiento. Y estás viendo que Solana está acá consolidando, haciendo altos más bajos y tal vez cayendo a este nivel y siendo rechazado por acá. ¿Qué harías? Te vas a perseguir el dinero en Bitcoin. Es obvio. Lo vas a ir a perseguir con todo. Esta fobia de Bitcoin se va a ir a $200,000 porque nosotros tenemos nuestro objetivo en los 150. En lo que esto está ocurriendo, esta fobia, FOMO puro, va a hacer que todo el mundo venga y compre Bitcoin, se deshaga de todas sus altcoins. Altcoins van a tener un movimiento agresivo para abajo, no sé qué tanto, igual y aquí no, igual y algo así, a los 78 de Solana, estar por acá. Y al estar aquí abajo, Bitcoin va a estar en las nubes. Y eso va a decimar aún más el mercado de las alts. Y yo creo que XRP va liderando la carga. Porque XRP hizo su máximo en enero. Digo, igual que Solana, básicamente. Y cayó. Cualquiera de estos dos, los dos están haciendo lo mismo, nada más que XRP es más. La tabla XRP en total se ve del culo. Solamente quiero plantear eso, ¿ok? Ese escenario. Se me hace interesante, porque una vez más, nunca hemos visto esto de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Nunca. O sea, esto, si llega a este nivel del 71%, y les digo, ¿por qué nunca he hecho eso? Porque de acá a acá fue un máximo y luego se detuvo. De acá a acá fue un máximo y luego se detuvo y fue hasta acá. Esto va de acá hasta acá, cabrón. La fuerza que lleva esto es ridícula, ridícula, y el patrón es muy alcista. Ok, con eso dicho, vamos a cerrar esto con Tesla, que es lo que los prometí, y aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tesla, una de mis oportunidades favoritas en este mercado. Aquí lo tienen. La primera empresa creando productividad real, vendiéndote choferes o esclavos por $8,000. Nada mal, nada mal. Y además el robot también. Te venden los dos, te vende el chofer digital y el robot, que es el coche. Nadie más tiene eso. Entonces, Tesla es mi oportunidad favorita. Para mí, de nuevo, si llegamos a tocar esta línea meme, que la ha respetado todo el tiempo, oportunidad máxima de entrada. Esto es donde va en tu mensual el EMA 100, el promedio de las 100 sesiones, y está en este momento en $181, lo que nos dice que probablemente, porque recuerden, este fue el fondo cuando llegó a los 100 que todo el mundo salió, no, es que se va a ir a 20, se va a ir a 20. Aquí está cuando llegó a 140, que todos los genios del mercado bursátil, los profesionales en la bolsa vendieron todo, no entiendo cómo carajos. Y yo me espero con todo el cariño del mundo que me des otra entrada por acá, carnal. O sea, no me molestaría para nada. Pero hasta ahora no hay ninguna señal de ello. Lo que estamos viendo es un gráfico mensual. Estás viendo justamente que estamos aquí, arriba del promedio del 9, que está en los 323, holdeando ese promedio del 9 por encima. Esto y continúa siendo alcista. Faltan 5 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta tabla. Voy a poner el HPDR en putiza para que vean dónde estamos parados. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo. Tenemos ahorita una caída en la zona azul, perdón, ahorita para no mover esto. Estamos caímos de la parte alta del 50% hasta la parte más baja de la zona azul al otro 50%. Esto tiene la receta secreta para un super bounce. Ahora, acá podríamos ver el 61.8%, los $300 una vez más. Los $300 no me espantan, eso debería de hacernos aguantar. El peor escenario para mí es que se fuera justo a la parte del 78.6% en los 2.59 y que ahí aguante. Esta es mi última línea en la arena para ser alcista. Si perdemos los 2.60, 2.59, empezaría yo a voltear objetivos para abajo. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas, volatilidad también contrayendo. Está dando una vela topera y tenemos un alto más bajo de este. Nada de qué espantarnos siempre y cuando estemos por encima de todos nuestros promedios y lo estamos. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 293. Estamos aguantando la parte alta de la zona azul. Esta vela que falta 8 días y nada de horas para cerrar, está pareciendo una vela topera, pero si se da la vuelta y se vuelve una vela verde o simplemente sube un poco más, no hay nada de qué preocuparnos. Este fue nuestro bajo más alto y continuaremos. Llevándote los 273 a la baja sería la mala señal. Semanal nos está aguantando el promedio del 9, el promedio del 5 justamente acá en nuestro rango en los 320. Estamos en 325. Eso nos debería dar un movimiento a justamente este 50% hasta el 61 en los 374 y estamos esperando a simplemente no perder la zona de los 307. Voy a mover mi goalpost en este análisis y ponerles esto en la mesa. Volatilidad contrayendo en la diaria. Vaya, abajo el 15%, está a punto de hacerlo. Venimos del 78.6% y ahora estamos cayendo a la parte baja de la zona azul. La parte baja está en los 315. El SMA 200 y el EMA 100, los dos coinciden en los 310. Y continuarán subiendo. Ok. Listo. Sencillo. Pueden ver que Tesla, en este triangulito tan sexy, fue donde explotó a la alza y vino a retenerse. Si expando esta línea tal cual, lo puedes ver acá. Está tal cual, lo puedes ver acá. Literalmente, yo creo que este va a ser el movimiento, tal cual como lo que vemos en Rivian, donde estamos cayendo acá para dar continuación al rebote. Pierde los 320. Si pierdes los 320, ahí es donde yo diría, vamos a ver qué está pasando y dónde podemos aprovechar oportunidades para entrar. Por ahora, no me molestaría estar en un long en 3.25, en entrar a comprar en esta situación si no he comprado y tengo FOMO, y cortarlo abajo de donde empieza esta vela diaria. Porque estás a nada de recuperar el 9, el 21, todos están acá, en los 326, 326. O sea, es una movida de Tesla que no le toma nada. No hay vela topera, no es una vela engolfante, engolfante, bajista. Se ve bien. Lo único que yo diría es cuidado con el bajo de esta vela en la diaria. Si podemos aguantarla, ese fue nuestro mínimo y vamos a tener continuación a la alza. Si rompemos el bajo de esta vela, muy probablemente nuestro siguiente objetivo sea por ahí de los 310 y de no aguantar 299. Ahí lo tienen. Bastante sencillo. Sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, espérenme, acabo de prender mi cámara. Ahí estoy. Es que no tengo las luces. Bueno, me va a hacer chiquito para que no tengan que ver estas cosas tan horrendas como yo en los gráficos. Ahí lo tienen. Se ve interesante la cosa. Continuamos a esos rumbos de máximos históricos en la bolsa, sobre todo en el S&P 500. Tenemos aquí el ES1, lo podemos ver, nuestros máximos están acá. Vamos en camino, lo vamos a lograr. ¿De dónde salió que vamos a regresar a máximos históricos? De la mentira que le contaron a todo el mundo que Bitcoin estaba suelto y andaba solo haciendo esto. Esta recuperación en V lo llevó a altos históricos. En mi opinión, el S&P 500 está haciendo exactamente lo mismo. Ahí está. Y ahora va 45 días atrás de Bitcoin. Y Bitcoin, un segundo. Sí, 45 días es lo que yo le pongo a Bitcoin de los índices normales. Así que esto va a altos históricos. Estoy esperando todavía ¿cómo se llama? Mi resultado del PIB. Una vez que me lo den, que nos digan el Producto Interno, ve la locura. Una vez más, el número no lo va a ser la retórica. Todo el mundo va a empezar a contarte lo invencible que es la economía de Estados Unidos y que ya nunca más va a morir. Y ahí es donde te tienes que cuidar, ¿ok? Eso nos va a llevar a altos históricos, altos brutales. Es lo que yo estoy viendo con la dominancia de Bitcoin también. Nos lleva justamente a esos lugares altos. Alt season se acaba por completo, a nadie le interesa. Ni siquiera empezó, ¿no? Para mucha gente. Alts continúan su tendencia más para abajo y más para abajo y más para abajo. Bitcoin hace altos históricos, tiene un blow off top muy estilo al del 2017 que lo lleva hasta 150, tal vez 170 y eso va a hacer que todo el mundo pierda la cabeza, todo el mundo entre y también entendamos, el oro hizo alto histórico en el pasado y no lo ha hecho otra vez ni con todo el drama de guerra, etcétera. Podríamos estar entrando en mi tesis y una vez más, sé que tengo un bias en esto. Sé que estoy diciendo que para el último cuarto del año o el siguiente cuarto nos van a decir recesión y también de que los empleos, los números ya tan malos no los van a poder esconder por ahí de octubre. Entonces, eso se alinea perfecto con lo que estoy viendo. Vamos a ver si es cierto. El seguimiento de esto es la simple retórica en las noticias. Si hablan como locos del Producto Interno Bruto en Estados Unidos, del crecimiento, de que Estados Unidos nunca va a entrar en recesión y te empiezan a tirar, no vamos a recesión, no va a haber recesión, etcétera, ahí es donde tienes que saber que probablemente este trade se va a ir de mi lado en ese sentido. Que no es importante. ¿Qué esperaría entonces si veo a Bitcoin subir como loco? Lo mismo que he esperado todo este tiempo con el dólar, capitular justamente en esta zona y de ahí explotar a la alza algo que nadie espera. Porque otra cosa de los pacos que te cuentan, la gente cree que la distracción de la guerra es para que nadie se dé cuenta del dólar yéndose a cero. Cabrones, todos ustedes saben del dólar yéndose a cero. Eso es la primera indicación de que no es cierto. Y no lo digo porque ustedes no sepan, es porque es lo que está en la boca de todos los pacos. Entonces, si está en la boca de todos los pacos, lo estamos escuchando una y otra y otra y otra vez. Vale, con eso me despido. Los voy a ver ahorita para un nadie me preguntó. Sin excusas, ya arreglaron la gotera en la casa. Perdón, encontramos una gotera en la noche. No una gotera, no sé cómo se dice, un leak. Y estaba inundándose el garage y la parte afuera donde está Tata. Pero ya, todo bien, lo arreglaron. Tienen que cerrar paredes, etcétera. Pero estamos del otro lado. Así que, sin más ni más, sin mamadas, ahorita nos vemos en un rato para un nadie me preguntó. Si tienen sugerencias de algo en especial que quiera platicar, que quieren que platique, díganmelo. Por favor, pónganmelo en X o en el comentario de este video. Pero para la gran cantidad de gente y si no hay buenas sugerencias, ya tengo algo de lo que quiero platicar. Les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho. Nos vemos en un rato. Gracias a todos de corazón. Gracias a todos por acompañarnos en esto. Lo disfruto.